to the special city council meetings. And we will call the meeting to order. First off, with roll call. Still is present, but we'll do a roll call. Councilmember McCormick.
Present.
Councilmember Andori.
Present.
Councilmember Campbell. Present. Vice Mayor Clark.
Present.
And Mayor Dawson and present. All here. And okay, welcome to any guests we have out there. And I would like to know if someone would like to move to adopt the agenda. So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye, say aye.
Aye.
I am an aye, it's unanimously adopted. Are there any public comments for items that are not on the agenda? And we will be speaking of presentation of finances, an update on council priorities and setting priorities for the fiscal year. Are there any public comments?
If any members of the public on Zoom would like to comment now, please use the raise hand feature. Mayor, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. All right, then we will move right on into introduction and review of agenda.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nadine Levin with Municipal Resource Group, and there is Christy Menzel, who will be helping me, keeping track of your comments. And we're happy to be back again, first time in person, and comment usually I get is you're a lot taller than you look on Zoom. So for the first, we'll move these slides. And you all know who you are, so we'll get past that. To ensure a productive day, just we're going to have a 5-minute break off camera and a 30-minute lunch break to allow you to focus and remain fully present. Allow for candid and honest conversation. Always assume good intent and seek to understand. Strive to find common interests, and we'll adhere to the schedule, and please allow me to move the conversation along, but interrupt me if I am moving along too much. And next slide is could be our workshop outcomes. Want to discuss and confirm your goals or priorities actually for 24-25. Hear a presentation of the city's finances and discuss matters related to staff capacity. I'd like to stop here and see if there's anything else that you're hoping at the end of your time together today you have accomplished. Is there something that is not reflected up there?
Not on that, but I have a question. Discuss matters related to staff capacity. When are you going to discuss that?
I'm going to present, give you a brief update on staffing and vacancies.
Okay, will you do that before we talk about our goals?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to confirm that the discussion of goals and priorities for the next fiscal year incorporate the review of last year's priorities.
Correct. Anything else? Okay, so now we're going to go to a fun activity. I define as fun, right? You'll tell me at the end if it was fun or not. Icebreaker. So actually, we'll I was scared. Okay. So the icebreaker, and I'll go first, just so you can think and warm up. And your little city manager, not old, good manager. You're city manager by any means. We'll also give you time to think. You have a choice of 2 questions. 1, what celebrity or famous person have you met? What was the context and what was your takeaway from that experience? The second question is, only answering 1, who, current or historical figure, would you like to have coffee or tea with? And what would you discuss with them? I'm going to take the second one because I have never met anybody celebrity other than the 5 of you. So I'm a fine art photographer. That's something what I do on another part of my life. So I would love to have coffee or tea with Irving Fenn. And what I would discuss with him is how did he do his silver and platinum palladium process to get the tones that he does in his photography. And if he has any recommendations for me, and his recommendation maybe, well, sell your cameras after he looks at my work. I don't know. But that would be who I'd want to meet.
I'm going with the first question. I only met one famous person, but truly impactful. I met the Dalai Lama and I met him in Bangalore, India. He had come to Bangalore to open a eye hospital. And what struck me about him, a couple of things. First, he was so humble. He kept thanking us for being there. He was had a great sense of humor, and he would laugh at his own jokes. He was just so down to earth. An example, he was encouraging everyone to donate their eyes after they pass away. But he said, "I hope all of you will donate your eyes." And then he went on about how important and how it's needed in the community. And then he started. He said, "Just want to let you. I want to make it clear. I'm asking you to donate your eyes after you're dead." And so completely without ego, so humble, and it just struck me as a wonderful person.
Hey, someone want to volunteer to go first, or we just do like a popcorn kind of thing?
And I know these folks. may
Oh,
have-
okay, what's, really?
I'll be brief. I saw, I don't know if is the right word. I saw Muhammad Ali in the San Francisco airport when I was in law school. And he was in the baggage carousel area and he was swarmed, but he was glowing. He loved the adoration and attention, and he just had a very sweet smile. I think this was already when he was starting to big press, so it was also very sweet to see the public adoration.
Well, it's not as good as the Dalai Lama, but many years ago, my friends and I were celebrating a friend's 21st birthday at a bar in Marin, and we saw Robert Plant, who was the lead singer for Led Zeppelin. So we went up and talked to him, and my takeaway from that was how surprisingly uninterested he was in speaking to tipsy 21-year-olds.
Do you have anything you want?
A famous person I met is David Finkel, who was the cellist with the Emerson String Quartet, but since retired from the Emerson String Quartet. I worked for 2 years for Music at Menlo, which is a chamber music festival in the Bay Area. And David and his wife Ruhan are the artistic directors and founders of that festival. And he is just such an amazing, grounded, inspiring person. I just would always love to be in a room, even if it was talking with a student or talking with another professional artist. He's just a joy and inspiration to be around.
Thank you. So, Carl, you want to go first?
Well, after graduated from college, I was an intern in Governor Reagan's office. And so was sat in on meetings with him a couple of times. And I guess what I took away is he's in some ways very like his public persona, but also sharper than his public persona, at least from the Democratic perspective. So.
Let's see, focusing on a local celebrity, I met Buster Posey, a baseball player, a few years ago, and I had the real pleasure of having him coach for my son when he was Aquati's baseball player, and 3 of his teammates for 2 hours at AT&T Park on a clinic of big hitting, throwing, and so forth. And sometimes you never know what a professional athlete is like, personality-wise, but he was just, first of all, very down-to-earth individual with t-shirt, jeans, and all the warm-ups, and treated the students as really like equals. And he was an excellent coach, technical coach, and so forth. It was really such an enjoyable time to spend with, really what the MVP and all that. And sometimes just you think they're very, very unapproachable, but Mr. Posey was just totally the opposite. And so, how great it is that he's in our community here. I hope to see him again someday.
Well, keep on the celebrity theme. I met Sting. And I was launching his DVD back in the day when DVDs were the big thing. And we were at the Barnes and Noble, I think in New York. And we were sitting around waiting for the presentation to start, and there was a buffet. So I was kind of laying out the buffet and he came up next to me and he said, "What are those tiny pickles?" For some reason, he was ripping on the gherkins, but it was funny. So like years later, I saw him in concert a few months ago, and he's still in great shape, wonderful talent, you know, songwriting and playing. It's just kind of neat that I don't know how long that is. 30, 40 years, he's just going strong, good inspiration there. So nice. So I like the photography. My dad was a photographer and we had a darkroom. And so I spent many, many hours in the darkroom doing the trays, and it was just wild. It was a flashback. I guess Alex Huddle, I met him at a fundraiser, Himalayan Club fundraiser in the city. And he was in the back of the room, and my son's a big rock climber. And that's right when his big film was had come out and everything like that. And it was really interesting to meet him because he is 100% on the spectrum. He is absolutely, there is nothing, and he kind of admits it, and that's his focus. I mean, because no other normal person could do what he's doing without his mindset, because they wouldn't be able to handle it. And it was really interesting. He was a very nice person. He's like, "Don't ever let your son do what I do." It was very interesting.
Well, I think I'll stick with the theme of local celebrities. There was a Park Theater fundraiser something, and Dan Pfeiffer showed up. And Dan Pfeiffer is Pod America. He lives in Lafayette. Yeah, he does. And it's just so funny because like when I saw Taylor Swift, I really wouldn't care that much. But Dan Pfeiffer, I was truly like, he was very gracious to take a picture with him. He said I was a big fan and so on. So that was really remarkable. It's kind of like, oh, look, it's right there in front of the Park Theater. We took our picture, so it was delightful. And briefly on the Buster Posey story, he also super nice guy. We delivered a piano to him, and he carried the digital piano into his house and set it up for his kids and everything a couple of years ago. So he was very, it was great. So yeah. Anyway.
Thank you all for playing along with that. Hopefully you learned a little something more. I'm just going to speak for a few minutes and then Tracy will go ahead and do her presentation on the finances. Next slide, please. And maybe I'll go you, other than your newest council member, who also is very familiar with the city, spend time together, know each other fairly well, know what the issues of the city are. Today is a opportunity to step back a little bit, take a broader, longer viewpoint and overview, but also talk about the accomplishments, which have been significant. When I reviewed your January report, it was just amazing how much work has occurred in this last year since I have been with all of you. Put up the slide because I think the iceberg is an excellent way to really conceptualize a city. And what you're seeing above the line is usually about 5% of the capacity of your staff to really do those priorities that are so critical, because below the line or below the iceberg line are all the things they do every day. And you know what they are. They're providing services directly to the community. There's unplanned events. There are state legislative matters they have to deal with, regulatory. They interact with other government agencies and they manage human and financial resources. And what is the most critical that your city manager deals with is your human resources, your technical resources, your financial resources. And with that in mind, what you are going to discuss today are what are those priorities? How do we use our human resources and our financial resources with some of the realities that exist? And I will say, and I know Rick will talk about it, is I work with a number of Bay Area, mostly Bay Area cities, and almost exclusively everybody is dealing with human resources issues in terms of the ability to recruit, to retain, and that's something that's a reality, and how one deals with it and still gets everything below that line and above that line done is what it's, I apologize, I really do apologize. Anyway, I have grandkids that set my watch committee. Anyway, the series, he broke the series, but you're very mindful of all of this, and I know you are. So with that, Tracy, are you ready to go ahead with your?
Yeah, just give me a moment.
So, as you well know, and we've been talking about, at least for the past year and a half, is that the general fund trend is showing that we're going to start experiencing deficits of roughly $2 million starting next year. The forecast that was put in the packet is the same forecast that is in the current budget, so that has not changed. That's a lot of numbers. One of the questions that we really need to answer that we get asked, it's an important question, why? Why does this happen? What is contributing to this deficit? So I'm just gonna go through, there are a lot of long, complicated answers, but I'm going to try to distill those into 6 distinct things today. So the first one is really pavement management. This one is the biggest one. This is causing a deficit of approximately $1 million a year. So we have 93 miles of road in the city, and they're currently at an average pavement condition index, PCI, of 75. And that's very good. We worked very long, very hard for many years to get our roads paved, so we're very proud of that. However, we have to maintain those roads now. So we did a little digging and found that one of the main reasons that we have this $1 million deficit is that in the past 7 years, the cost of contracted labor and materials for road paving has increased 75%. And in addition to the fact that just the labor and the materials, the cost of the ancillary infrastructure for complete streets and safety projects, those are things like curbs, ramps, sidewalks, pathways, flashing beacons, bioretention facilities, things we really need to do. They have redirected some of the money we used to just put into the pavement away from pure pavement projects. And those themselves add an infrastructure inventory that we need to maintain ongoing. So that's really the biggest factor. It's half of that $2 million. Next, the cost of insurance, that's general liability, property, employment insurance. That's actually gone up by 121% just over the last 3 years. The cost increase for that is due to a number of factors. And you'll see it, that's actually a nationwide increase in catastrophic losses due to weather events and wildfire. And it's not just limited to California, and insurance companies or large insurance companies that we deal with that are nationwide. So something that happens in Florida can and does affect insurance rates here in California. Other reasons, there has been an escalating propensity of people to sue, and that has been coupled with large increases in the size of jury awards. Courts and juries are now more often favoring plaintiffs. I do want to point out, Lafayette hasn't really experienced specifically any disaster-related losses or large awards, but we're in a pool. So anything that affects the pool affects Lafayette. So the factors are driving the insurance industry as a whole towards higher premiums. Third, you heard us talk.
Is there an amount you attribute to that second?
About 200 to 250,000. Third, unfunded mandates. You heard us talk about this before. The state continues to push the responsibilities and costs for implementing some of their programs and policies onto cities without providing us any additional revenue. Good example, I've heard us talk about it before, stormwater pollution. The water board consistently increases the requirements for compliance without giving the cities any ability to increase the revenues. And over the last 10 years, the costs for that have increased by about 78%. So the current gap for that's about $300,000 a year. That's the difference between what we get for that program and what we spend on that program. Another recent example, that we've talked about is the staff and the time and the resources we're gonna need to implement the requirements of the housing element. So there's $200,000 annually set aside to assist with affordable housing projects. And apparently there are 59 programs.
Now 60.
Oh, it's about 60, increases in a day. 60 programs submitted to HCD that's gonna need to be implemented, and that alone is gonna require one full-time equivalent employee to put together those programs, implement those programs. So those are just two examples. There are others. Number 4, I'm sorry, you're keeping up well, thank you. Number 4, maintenance. So as you know, for many years, it's been the city's practice to set aside money into sinking funds to accrue money over time for large capital expenses that we know we will incur in the future. This is a very financially prudent practice. And we put money away for things like ball field rehabilitation, vehicles, the community center roof repair, playground equipment. We have put money away consistently for all of those things. However, as the city's grown and acquired assets, and as inflation's taken a toll, we realize that these amounts are likely not sufficient for the future. During the last budget cycle, we did add $110,000 annually to this fund, but even that amount is not nearly enough. And I'll give you a good example we are sitting in right now. We have about $755,000 accrued in a fund for the replacement for a roof and HVAC in this community center. The most current cost estimate to do those repairs actually $4.2 million.
Yeah.
So that is, interestingly enough, $1 million more than what we estimated it to be last year. So that's a real world example of how inflation is affecting us. That is a very large number. I know that's a shock. We haven't put it in the budget because we frankly don't have the money for it right now, but that's a very big example of what we're dealing with. And again, as I mentioned, the more that we add streets, roads, pathways, ramps, those things are all going to require ongoing maintenance that we should be putting money away. Just in general, speaking of inflation, anyone who's been to the grocery store, filled up their tank, well aware that things are much more expensive than they used to be. And the problem is that our revenues are not increasing at the same rate as our expenses. Now, I won't say it's a huge gap. However, it starts off relatively small, the gap accrues, and it widens over time. You've heard this from me before. A very good example of that is downtown core area landscape and lighting district. Again, that is a program for which the revenue is capped and has been for a number of years. And the cost to maintain that area has risen about 23% over the last 10 years. That's not a lot, that's inflation, roughly 2.3% a year on average. But as the revenue is capped, the expenses keep creeping up. And right now, that annual gap's about $250,000 a year. And the last thing is not necessarily quantifiable in dollars because it affects the entire organization, but it's really just the community standards here in Lafayette. A recent survey, 93% of residents polled indicated they were satisfied with their quality of life, and that's great. People love living here. And Lafayette residents really do have high standards for their city, for their staff. And we all want the downtown to be vibrant and welcoming. We want to be informed and have a say in state legislation. We want safe streets for pedestrians, bicyclists, drivers. We do want infrastructure that's well maintained and a traffic, and we really all want and expect a safe, healthy, beautiful, and sustainable environment. And every single program that the city has put into place, they're all, the ones that we put into place to maintain and enhance and improve the quality, they're all worthwhile. They're all well-intentioned. but they come at a cost. And that cost is continuing to increase over time. So that's just a very quick overview of some of the things that are driving this $2 million cost. And, are there any questions?
Do you have numbers to go with the third, fourth, and other times?
So the third item, the unfunded mandates that I can just put some numbers, we have 300,000 for stormwater, roughly 200,000 for affordable housing. An FTE I'm gonna put at roughly 150. The maintenance, again, without considering the huge capital that would be required for this building, we added, I'm looking things that we've added that have contributed to the $2 million deficit, $110,000. Just for some increased sinking funds. Inflation is hard to quantify over, but I will put a $250,000 gap just for the core area landscape and lighting on that. Community standards is the one that's a little squishy, but we have added, or we have budgeted for some additional staff. And I know we're talking about HR retention and some of the projects that have come online. Some of these, again, small projects that add up. So there's additional staff that would be associated with actually carrying out those projects. So let's call it 2 FTEs, so 300,000 for that. And then maybe there's another, it's like a senior engineer that would be that for all of the programs that we want to do for like traffic safety mitigation, being zero. So that is an expensive position that we haven't been able to actually be able to fill, but I call it about 200.
And you had that in your community standards bucket, where was the traffic and safety?
Well, you know, you could put it back under pavement management, but it's really like safety and ancillary things related, so I didn't really put a number, but yes, I could throw it into.
I'm just saying that, I'm just kind of thinking the reason for this probably is we're kind of off rehearsing how we're talking about this informing the community, and we all know safety is a high. I mean, I'm saying you're gonna call the ones that are.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because the 6 things I just read to you, I've also, these are what I drafted for the next issue. And so, yes, these are exactly the things that, I mean, there are many things, right? I could go on and on, but in order for the community to sort of understand, yes, these are the 6.
And I will just say though, there's magic in 3, okay? When we're talking about something, 6, it seems too much to me. All right, I think you just kind of lose people at number 4 or 5. I think if we can find the 3 that both have this intersection of the highest fiscal impact and the greatest community resonance, as far as safety or something like that, I'm thinking that to me is your kind of sweet spot where then, okay, because people can remember 3. Remember 6, I just can't even, I think I was thinking, okay, what was this one? How does that relate to that one before? The 3 number is just magical. So I don't know, it's just my thought. I think you were technically correct.
Together, but it might take, I
I
struggle with trying to be as transparent as possible with getting the message.
Well, I think there's the lead, which is the 3, and then there's always the follow-up we can have. We have everything to support
Well,
it.
the big
But
number, half of it is the maintenance of the roads, that's $1 million, so that's half of it right there in the first one.
perfect, and that's so easy. People, they ride on the streets every day. I mean, that one's just I don't say it's good, but it's an easy one to communicate.
But then the next one is unfunded mandates. You put it at 5, so it's 650,000. So
Well,
that's,
there are more, but
I know.
but I can put numbers on
Right.
these 2 things alone.
so this is way more than $2 million. Like basically, the
That's right.
numbers you added up are way more than 2
No,
million.
there's $3 million, I
about to say.
have a spreadsheet.
I think you do.
The thing is that the city actually is able to absorb some of the
Yeah.
new programs, but not all of them, coupled with inflation. So yes, if those things are worth about $3 million, we could pull on that, but 2 million is the gap.
Okay, that's cool. That's good to know.
Before we move on, are there other questions, about finances or Tracy right now?
Oh, actually, one question. So how much money have we committed
to grants, like a school street grant, like there's a bunch of matches, right? There's like, do we have a swag on how much that?
Yeah.
plays in?
Actually, you,
Let me see that.
yeah, that's a good question, because sometimes the grants, they're great
I know.
to get grants, but we have to put in our own money. So
Exactly.
again, the money that we have is, that we used to just put into roads and pavements
Right.
are now going to these ancillary projects to do the safety. So that's money that's taken out of, you know, pavement and put in, so.
So to give you the example that you raised, Susan, about St. Mary's School Topper. The total project is 4.6 million and 370 comes from Measure J. The Country Cost of Transportation Authority Fund, 750 from OBAG, 750,000, 400,000 from our developer fees, LFFA development fees. And then we got the $3.1 million from the federal government. So the other three were matching to the 3.1 million. Now those funds could have been used on other projects, but we chose to group them together.
If there are no more questions, Mayor, would you like to take public comment?
Oh, yes, thank you. Our public, yeah.
Oh, okay. If any members on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature. Mayor, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Okay, with that,
The next item will be, your career city manager.
thank you.
So today, yes,
Is there going to be discussion, you want us to discuss or decide on? Or was it just for comments? It was a hearing a report from staff, or are you looking for as part of today's workshop to
Are you referencing the finances or what?
provide it with what the previous presentation?
if I might suggest, I think my piece is it's a companion piece to Tracy's. So when that is done, I think we would benefit from direction from there.
Yes. And I think that's great. We'll get the presentations, then we could, get public comment and we'll have questions and discussion too.
Thank you. Wanted to give you an update on the status of your priorities and also touch briefly on staffing. Next. So last year around this time, you established 4 priorities. You all know what they are. Want to get real deep into each one of them. And next. A lot of work has gone into wildfire prevention and utility safety. And if you note that almost on a monthly basis, there was something being done to further this priority. The white tasks are those where there were public touch points. I want to say that the chief is extremely proud that we now have 19 fire-wise neighborhoods. That's a significant increase over the last year. We are continuing to partner with ComFire. They have been excellent in meeting with us on a regular basis. They understand the council's emphasis on this priority. And I want to give a shout out to the North Park Firewise neighborhood, which has initiated a free chipping day program. And so we're hoping that the fire department will extend this service to the other Firewise neighborhoods in the future. Next. These are planned events. Again, we're doing the town halls, the chipping day, the open houses, the national night out with the fire district. The Lumberton Public Safety Open House is new. It's being coordinated by John Cornell. It'll likely be at the reservoir, and we're going to have all the public agencies associated with public safety, which includes fire, there. And it's an informational open house for people to come and learn more about emergency preparedness and safety. Want to touch base on 2 new projects, which one, the pilot project is particularly exciting. I've been working with Chief Brochard to see if we could start chipping away at the brush clearance along our major evacuation routes. And the fire district has something called Crew 12 that will come out and with free of charge, they're funded by Measure X, help clear brush and trees along major evacuation routes. So Chief Ulrich has contacted the fire district. They are willing to give us Crew 12 for 2 weeks, one in May and one in June. The crews would work 7 to 8 hours a day, and they think they can clear about 1 to 2 miles in that time. We are still identifying which evacuation route, and it's internally say that let's pick a route like Happy Valley and work with the homeowners association and get it done. Or let's tackle all of them and just get the first mile done on all our evacuation routes. We really need to consult with the fire district on what's the optimum. But it is certainly something that we want to undertake this year, and it goes towards your achieving your priority. Last year, when you discussed your priorities, we talked about an evacuation study based off the AG Bonta's thresholds of significance. And we have not done work on that, given the housing element. It's a task for the planning department. They would be taking the lead, and then of course fire and police would be, and engineering would be involved. But in talking to the La Marinda cities, the other 2 cities, we realized that everyone wants to do somewhat of the same thing, because this is emergency evacuation is on top of everyone's mind. So we had an initial meeting with the 3 La Marinda city managers, planning directors, fire and police. And from there, because of funding, approached CCTA. CCTA is actually excited and willing to do a county-wide evacuation analysis. It'll cover evacuation planning, identify communities with inadequate access to transportation, planning for increased transportation options like e-bikes along the evacuation corridor, and also help local agencies identify the most vulnerable areas in town. Now, it does not get to where we were heading specifically, which was the thresholds of significance. But given our limited resources at this time, I do not see our study beginning for the next 6 months at least, given our housing element and the implementation. So we're recommending at this time that we participate in this county-wide evacuation analysis. I believe that CCTA will be presenting the scope of this study to the Tri-City Councils in May. But at the same time, what we're trying to do also is trying to influence the scope of the study to see if we can add on what we had really wanted to do. What we had hoped to do, which is kind of cutting edge, establishing thresholds of significance, but we'll certainly give it a try. So I wanted to point that out to you because this is a deviation from your direction to do a more focused local Lafayette thresholds of significance study. But I think this is exciting in that we will have the resources, the financial resources to undertake it, and we'll have somebody else managing the project, which is for us at the moment a good thing. Next. Also wanted to point out that in the area of utility safety, for the first time, we've added something to our general plan that specifically calls out the importance of working with our utility partners because and to ensure safety for all community members. And so this previously had not existed in the general plan. Next. Improve pedestrian and traffic safety. I think we've been successful here. You invested 1.25 million in school safety improvements or safety improvements around schools. And we have completed about 80% of those improvements. We have a few more to go. Last year, we updated the roadway safety plan, traffic calming manual, which really gives us a basis for careful and thoughtful transportation planning. We're also working on the project that connects neighborhoods to the downtown. Well, the first one is the $4.6 million invested in the streets around Stanley Middle School. Next. We launched the Slow Down Lafayette campaign last year, and all the equipment has been purchased. The yard signs have been distributed. The website has 14 speed surveys that people can go in and look at their, maybe their street and see how fast people drive on them, and enforcement is underway. We are producing flyers and we're distributing them. A couple of weeks ago, Suzanne and her team created a Slow Down Lafayette for crosswalks, because we heard from residents that, especially around the middle school, people are not stopping at crosswalks, and there was some concern. So this was prepared. We sent it to the PTAs, we sent it to the superintendent, who also distributed it to the schools. And this is an ongoing endeavor. And planned is the pathway that will safely lead from the East Bay Regional Park District parking lot on Pleasant Hill Road to Spring Hill. The continued improvements around Stanley Middle School, the crossing across Mount Diablo at Hampton, and then the pedestrian pathway project, which is the connection, the ped bike connection from the southern entrance to BART to Mount Diablo Boulevard. The third is the fiscal sustainability plan. The ad hoc committee has met a number of times, and now, as Tracy mentioned, we are beginning to prepare for an informational outreach. And we're just encouraging everyone, we do welcome public input, in encouraging everyone to sign up for fiscal sustainability news. And I think we can talk more about it when you develop it, when you delve deep into your priorities. We can talk about schedules and so on. Thank you. And this is the fourth, which is really started off as a specific plan update and then morphed into looking at the corridor, and to make sure that our downtown was safe and accessible to all forms of mobility, be it walking, bicycles, or vehicles. We have not started on this project. Again, we're waiting for the housing element to be completed. But I think, speaking for staff, I would seek your direction, not on the specifics, but on what outcomes you would like to achieve with the study. This will help us flesh out a scope of work and a budget, and then come back to you for direction. And I wanted to also say, I mean, we talked about the iceberg, and then also focus on priorities. But I just want to shout out, thanks to your direction, we did a whole lot of other things last year. And it's already, you've talked about it, I think Mayor Andur, former Mayor Andur, current Mayor Dawson has mentioned that in their State of the Cities. But a tremendous amount of work was done in 23 and the start of 24. I'm not going to go through them, but here they are. Next. And I just added that just a couple of weeks ago, we completed the community center playground. So that was a big achievement. So are there any questions on the status of the work plans?
No? Heather? Okay,
Do you want to take
Public
that?
comment? Would you like to?
Yes.
Public comment?
is there any public comment? Suzanne?
If any members of the public on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature. Mayor, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. How are we doing today? Time for good. Okay, thank you. So on to staffing. If you recall in 2021, we did a staffing assessment study. And given the amount of work that staff undertakes, the recommendation from the consultant was that we hire an additional senior engineer. And the senior engineer was, the new senior engineer would handle the traffic safety CIP projects and also be in charge of delivering the capital projects for the Parks, Trails and Recreation Department. PTR has a 5-year capital improvement plan. It includes, the Buckeye parking area and the ball fields. It includes upgrades to this facility. And so, unfortunately, given the current staffing in engineering, PTR has had to contract out the inspection services, and that comes at a price. It's significantly more expensive. We also got the authorization from council to hire one additional senior planner. And the senior planner was to really, given all the state mandates and the task, was to really focus on that and get them all out of the way. We do have a vacancy. We have 2 senior planners on staff. We filled one position. We have another position vacant. So there are 2 senior planning positions vacant. And finally, the administrative analyst. Can we go to the next one? There were 2 analyst positions, one for human resources. You read the article from NeoGov that really we need to invest a lot more time and energy and resources on recruitment, on retention, onboarding and retention training. You're looking at HR right here, but you're also looking at budget and risk management and IT. And Jennifer is also helping in those areas, but we have a lean staff in what I call the back office with the care and feeding of our staff. And the other was a management analyst, but for the city manager. There are a number of special projects, and this is not unusual. They come up every year, they have to be attended to. They're important, as Tracy said, they're important to the quality of life of our residents. And there are things that come up that we didn't anticipate. Example, the reservoir tower, the gatherings on El Cretola Bridge, the land acknowledgement task force, special policies on recognizing and honoring people in the downtown, special events policies, things that we really need to do to get our house in order, but don't have the resources to do. And while we are actively recruiting for the 2 senior planning positions, we have not had luck finding a senior engineer. Engineers in particular, we are competing with the regional agencies like East Bay Mud and CCTA, and their pay range is far higher than ours. Tracy and I have chosen at this point in time not to recruit 2 analysts. Given our fiscal situation, we're still thinking about it, but at this point in time, if we were to hire somebody and then the financial outlook wasn't healthy, we would have to lay them off. So at this point in time, we're just not recruiting for those 2 positions. But these are some of the tasks that these additional staff members could handle for us. And I reached the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer questions. Yes.
Yeah, tying the two parts of that together, the 5 positions that were listed there. Are they included
Yes.
in this budget? Okay, thank you.
So I take a quick moment to thank staff. I mean, we know they've been doing so much work and been stretched and, literally to that article that was sent out. Not that I'm saying staff is burnout, but I can see the capacity is stretched right now. So I think this is a very important thing to figure out how to address.
I might want to add something which is surprised both Tracy and me. All cities have had turnover. We've had our share of turnover. And what's striking is 50% of our staff, I'm talking about full-time, have worked for Lafayette for 4 years or less.
50%?
50% of staff.
Wow.
And that means we really need to invest the time to make them love working here and want them to stay here.
The flip side of that, there are staff that are over 25 years, so
Yes.
that needs to also be taken into account as we think of succession.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, because I know the rookie even went through the orientation with all the staff, the leads, it was incredible. Each one of them has this issue of, your group's direct reports are amazing. And there's just this in terms of, experience and seniority, there's this huge with this large gap and, what's gonna happen in 5 or 10 years when that crew retires. We are not, I mean, if we were a private company, we would be like just, there'd be a whole HR task force set up to like figure out how we get that. I mean, the middle management, which has kind of dirty word, but it's not, it's this crew we need to raise up.
Right.
We're looking, that's the next big issue that we have to deal with.
Just following up on that, I was struck looking at the vistas that you provided us. I'm looking at the 2003, this is just something we need to anticipate. In the 2003 vistas headline city cut services, one of the first items here is all staff agreed to take a 50% cut in their merit increases. That's off the table now.
Merit increase.
Merit
Yes.
increase. And people need to understand that 2003 is a different financial situation overall. We're not in that kind of situation. And our situation now is against the backdrop of needing to do more, which we have done over the last year to retain and attract persons.
Yes.
So I know that there may be people saying this sort of thing should happen. I think we just need to be prepared to say this is not well, while we will consider everything, this is probably self-defeating to go down that particular road.
I want, on the matter of succession planning, I think it's on the minds of all department heads. I've been talking to a few of them on that. What we are doing annually is there is something called the Contra Costa Leadership Academy. And it's a 6-month program where middle managers are sent to this academy, and they really learn. It's an intensive program sponsored by the Contra Costa Public Managers Association. And Tracy, how long have we been sending people to CCLA?
I want to say 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, we get the 2 seats, and so we have been sending them for training. We encourage them to. We also have educational rebate program, or we contribute towards higher education. So we've encouraged staff to take advantage of that, or any other training that will improve their leadership skills.
Okay, we asked for public comment.
I have one question. So is, I know public sector jobs, are different than private sector. But is there a tech gap at Lafayette? Like, are people expecting to come to a city and our city, and we have, like, basically we don't have the latest, greatest things that they get to play with, and that's a problem. Is that an issue here or not?
I'm not seeing that as an issue. I would say that in the recruitments that I've been doing, I've had some salary concerns, especially for the senior people. So I've lost some good candidates because I could not meet our salary expectation. And those are people coming from other public agencies, actually.
So salary is the biggest.
Salary is, I would say, the biggest thing that I've run into. Yeah, like Naruk said, recruiting senior engineers is difficult. That you sort of need to pull from the public sector because it's very specialized. East Bay Med pays a lot. We actually, just to give you an idea, we pulled the engineering licenses of everybody in the Bay Area because there's a list. Now, Letrup Health is fine. We literally sent individual postcards to all of these people advertising just so that they knew that we were hiring. The one surprising thing, there weren't as many as you think in the pool. So the pool is relatively low because we tried to guess sort of where they would be in their career based on their license number. We got 0 hits on that, maybe 1, and it was not a good fit. So that's sort of what we're dealing with there. I was surprised that the salary was an issue.
And so it's in that study that you guys gave us, they said benefits was the biggest deal. So it sounds like our benefits are good. People are okay with the benefits.
I think our benefits are really good. Our benefits are, what's interesting, and this is a little bit of a switch from what I've been used to dealing with. I will tell you, public sector benefits are excellent. So in the past, I have been sometimes able to pull people from the private sector. And we don't have PERS, so sometimes pulling, senior people, but lower level is good. But recently had a recruitment, it was a lower, more of an entry level position, someone coming from the private sector. The benefits were much better. But this was a younger person, who wasn't gonna be making as much in salary. And I'm trying to explain to a 24-year-old how it's gonna be much better in 40 years for her.
Yeah.
But she has to pay the rent today.
Yeah.
And so that is something I had not really run into before.
I think our retirement benefits, the 401k and the city matching is excellent. I also think what we have to offer, and I've heard this from staff, that they really appreciate is our flexibility. We allow the 2 days of telework, we allow 980 schedules. We really are very flexible when it comes to people. It's not a clock in and clock out office. It's an informal office. The culture is it's familial, it's not hierarchical. And so those are the things that I have personally heard from the more recent hires that they really enjoy. This is small but important. We allow people to bring their dogs to work.
Yeah, we actually love that.
Yeah, and we have 3 or 4 bedrooms. So we are trying our best to make this a wonderful, fun place to live. And the fact that this is a small city, they get to see the fruits of their labor, unlike a larger community. But I think overall there's a shortage. And all cities are poaching off of each other. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a question about that article on recruitment, which talked about how in the senior level roles, there was an average of 75 resumes that would come in, but maybe the bottom 25% of the roles, there might be 4 or 5 applications. Is that what we're seeing in our city? Like that type of senior level role, lots of applicants and.
Actually, I'm seeing the opposite.
Okay.
It's much easier in some ways to recruit lower level entry, again, because they don't necessarily need the public sector experience, very specialized. So I'm able to do that. They are not quite, if they've been in a public, they're not invested in PERS as much because they're more entry level. So for us, I would say it's actually the opposite. That senior level, very difficult. Like I found that senior engineer we've gone through a couple of recruitment efforts and really hardly gotten any real qualified applicants. What we get for like very senior, like director level, Sometimes we can pull from PERS cities, people who have retired, they like it here because they can work full time and it doesn't run afoul of PERS rules. But then we have to get comfortable that those are not going, it's just a different world, you know, I've been here for almost 24 years. I mean, like you said, we have a lot of people who've been here more than 20 years. That is not the model, right? We have to get comfortable with maybe 3 to 5, we get 3 to 5 years, 3 to 5 good years out of someone. Maybe that's the best we can hope for. It's just a real different mindset for me. But that's just a churn that then goes to what Ruth was talking about. You know, we need help in just, that's all, HR probably now is a full-time role, and now the way we've structured it, it is sort of one of 5 things that I do, but I'm spending much more of my time on it.
Are we discussing, or is this more like, I don't want to strategize, or I don't want to deviate from the.
You know, it's interesting, I think, maybe what do you suggest at this point, because we have the updates and we do want to discuss this, obviously, should we do this now, or should we wait as we?
I would like, the way it's been structured is that we can start to talk about the priorities, your existing priorities. Staffing will come into that, finances will come into that, and move in that direction. That's amenable.
Okay.
Okay. You want to take more public comment like that? Okay.
So you talk to your questions.
No,
Yeah, still through, right?
Yeah, right.
So we were gonna take about a 5-minute break in about 10 minutes, so maybe cue this up, take a 5-minute break, and then come back to it.
Okay.
So you know what the priorities are? Your city manager has given you an update, you know, the financial reality of the situation. So what my suggestion is, and they're up there as well, that we take them one by one. With the idea of seeking more clarification perhaps. Are any of these of a level that they can fall below the line on the iceberg? Meaning they don't disappear, they're still very important to you, but they don't have to remain as a top priority. And in addition to that, if there are any other priorities, things that are on the top of your mind that may or may not reach a consensus, but you want them out there, you want us discussing. So is that work for everybody to move in that way?
Yes.
So what the idea is, like I said, is to start, and I don't know, is there any particular order you'd like to start with? Or are they the way they are,
Yeah.
there? So to seek clarification and discussion with staff, why don't we start with, well, we also ask, would you prefer right now to take a 5-minute break or begin to discuss these?
Why don't, we take a 5-minute break, so we're not like starting off and then all of a sudden we go.
Okay, and I believe the restrooms are over there and they're unlocked, right, if you need that. Okay, so it is, let's say, he told me it's 5 after 10, so how about coming back at 10 after 10?
Okay, thank you.
Hello, how are you?
Is there public comment?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are reconvening this special city council meeting. And before we get into our discussion, I would like to welcome public comment. So is there any public comment? No? Do you want to have any public comment?
I wanted to clarify, are you going to have another public comment period after the presentation and discussion?
I think what we've decided, since this is a little different from our traditional format where we have a full staff report and then hear from you, we are gonna have multiple public comments during this presentation. And I think given the small nature, if we're missing a point, I don't think it's inappropriate if we need to catch you at a different point, but I suspect there'll be multiple times in between each priority that we'll be requesting public comment. So you'll have a lot of opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Is, I guess that's it. Okay, yes, Nadine, would you like to start us off?
Your goal of wildfire prevention and, I think the presentation's gonna come up. What I'd like you to entertain among yourself is what has happened in this last year in terms of how you originally stated your priority for 23-24. So now we're talking about 24. Should say 24-25 up there, but we're now talking about 24-25. When you look at the priority for wildfire prevention, a discussion among yourselves, what else, what has gone right, does it need to be restated in some way? And again, talking more about outcomes than specific tasks. So I'll open it with that.
Okay, Carl.
Okay, so I think what's been done during the past year is great. These are all very positive things to do. I think that dealing with wildfire, prevention is one aspect and there are other aspects. So I think wildfire should still be on our priority because it's our existential threat as a community. And it impacts a lot of the things that we need to plan for. So the things that we've done in the last year are the things that we do internally to make our community more resilient. I think there's other aspects to wildfire that we need to consider. And one of them, in terms of talking about outcomes, is we need to know how our wildfire situation should impact our decisions on development, where we should have development, how extensive the development should be. So what I called for 2 years ago was looking at some way to measure how, for each area of the city, how long it would take to evacuate. And then look at what's the situation now, given the number of people who are living in that particular area for evacuation. And I realize that's a very difficult thing to do. So I'll just state it in a general sense. I feel, just as I did then, and I mentioned again last year, I feel it's very difficult for me to make a decision on where development should occur, or if development should occur in a specific area, or even if we should adopt programs such as ADUs, encouraging ADUs in high fire severity zones. If we do that, are we putting people at risk ultimately? I don't think we have the tools to decide whether either a specific development, such as a development on the property, for example, or a program that allows development at, let's say, faith-based organization sites, development anywhere in terms of ADUs, whether that is appropriate given the impact on the ability to evacuate. So that's a big issue. I realize it's very difficult to approach that. And Narup and Greg and I talked yesterday about the the new, study with the county would be, and that gets us part of the way, but it really doesn't get us all the way in terms of what we need. So that's one element that I think we need to look at. Then there's another element of wildfire, and that is, are there things that Confire or even broader organizations should be looking at that would reduce the danger of wildfire for us? So are there things that should be done to greater ignition detection needs? I mean, I know now we have the the cameras that Lafayette has been very instrumental in providing, but are other things we should do so that we know quicker that ignition has occurred and the wildfire danger is out there? And are there things that we should do that would bring about quicker suppression? And I know there's been discussions about this, whether it's, helicopter, other things that can be used. But I think we need to look at those, even those may be very costly to implement any of that. It's also going to be very costly for people to get insurance. And so it may be that it's better to spend money on these things that are going to mitigate the wildfire risk. And then maybe that will help us with the insurance. But that's another big area that I think we need to look at.
I can quick point, I'm sorry, quick point order on how we're doing this. I just want to step back because obviously I do this, but when I've done these before, I would normally think we would do like, we figure out, could we agree on what the areas are? And then we dive down each one. I'm a little surprising to me where I dive in this one. I definitely will be on our, I'm not saying it will not be on our list, but I'm kind of surprised when I'm stepping back and like, because we're talking about 3 things or 4 things or 5 things and then going each one. I guess maybe some other routine.
Again, we could change the process,
Yeah,
but the thought is to stay with your current list that you have. And as we're going through them, you could very well say that one drops off, or it goes below the line. So maybe we start with that. It's a good question, John. Is wildfire prevention, as it's been stated in 23-24, as a large category, does that remain as one of your priorities?
Actually, I'm gonna step back a little bit too. The 23-24, the 22-23 council priorities, I should say, have actually been priorities for even previous to that.
Right.
2 years prior to that. So right now, we're kind of looking at, okay, that's true, we're kind of looking into how to kind of expand or whatever to them, change them. But I think where we are at with our fiscal issues, it is a good thing to assess how well we've done.
Mhm.
And just as Nadine said, like, do these still stay at the top? So I agree, maybe we should first start
With all 4 of them up there in this.
yeah, just there they are in the background.
I think the cross points were completely amazing, right? So I'm actually not
Yeah.
disagreeing with that. I'm just kind of.
Do you want to can you bring back okay, there,
Well,
right.
John, are you suggesting that we first look at, okay, what should the priorities be?
Yes, and that's how I would think we would do it, because then we kind of have an idea of, well, kind of how much work there's gonna be, right? I mean, or I'm just kind of figuring out, it would help us with our overall scope of work, because, we know, we have these, if we have 3 priorities, for example, we'd be able to put a little more in each one. If we have 5 priorities, we maybe have a little bit less in each one. That'd be my thought.
But I think inevitably it's gonna be an iterative process.
Right.
We're gonna go.
Oh, I know, either way, yeah, no matter how you do it.
We may discuss each one and then come back and say, okay, well, given financial, things, maybe even though in the first pass, we said it should be a priority, maybe it won't be a priority. So.
Maybe we each on this, just will stick with this going down the
This
list,
is great.
but go with like, a comment on where we each think that we're at and what we'd
So
like.
should we probably just
Yeah.
want to at least say, do we agree it should be
Yeah,
is a candidate priority for 2025? Yes, then we can move on.
and ways you might think of expanding on it or what, so we can each take a pass at that, maybe that's it.
Yeah, sure.
And then we could go into discussion after that, we go through court and see if they drop or expand or continue or whatnot. So
Carl, thank you. That's great, because I think you bring a lot more, expand the scope of what that is. Does anybody else want to comment? Sure, we're still, you've got on this one. Yeah, that was my big comment too. So I know Confire passed these new rules about home parking, right?
Mhm.
And I know they're not, they're not, compelling us to do this, or enforcing them, sorry, that's the word. They're not enforcing them yet. I think a lot can be done to educate people, like we're educating them on the leaf blowers, right? I think that we should educate everybody on, and we can take the stuff from MOFD if Confire doesn't have it, right? But we should be educating everybody on how to harden their homes. And what's the most bang for your buck kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we've done well. This is definitely, even though it didn't show up on our survey as like one of the top 4 values, it's kind of underlying something that we are an animal fire area. So it is our responsibility to build our resilience as much as we can. So education, it would be a key part of it. Information as to insurance, like what can we do as a city to support the programs that residents can be comfortable with, like, or even the evacuation routes will be very important. I know that was why that came up a couple of years ago, was because it was such a big thing for the reporting. We actually had the evac route timing, and people were up in arms about the out in time, and well, it's all relative, and you have first responders, so more information about what can happen when there is evacuation. We won't get to timing, of course. We were trying to get to a risk analysis of that. And I know the route that we were thinking of kind of dovetailing with the long run area, but is there a mechanism to the risk analysis for the fire agencies have that themselves? Like the nature of their work would require.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
There is, but it is, according to the fire department, this is a new area of study. We probably will be the first in Contra Costa to be undertaking this study. We cannot do it ourselves. We have to involve the fire district and police in doing so. And yes, we can do that. It's going to cost money, and it's going to absorb staff time. And I've got those 2 things that I'm thinking of. Somebody needs to own it on staff. Who's going to own it, and how are we going to pay for it?
Right. Okay. Otherwise, I think offhand, and utility safety, working with our partners, however we can utilize our partner agencies will be very important, not only just in collaboration to education, but in resilience and prevention and basically when it comes to stop it. I don't think how our preparation and stopping any issues, fires, whether it be a gas leak, electrical fire, or outages or whatnot, that all would be important to get their help.
May I add something? A couple of years ago, Arinda had a sales tax measure on the ballot. It was a successful measure. A large sum of money from those revenues have gone into education, preparedness, evacuation, and they actually have a small committee of volunteers guiding or shaping the actions. I just want to say, and we're just beginning our journey on all 4. This is a huge task.
Right.
It's an important one, absolutely.
I just want to follow up on what you were thinking about education. I'm just wondering if there's worthwhile also education or informing about fire insurance, right? I mean, this is like, I know in our small street, like we got notified from our insurance that we had overhanging trees or whatever, there was Google Earth, view. And so we were threatened with cancellation. We contracted the tree service. We got it all cleaned up. We did a bunch of stuff ourselves, and our insurance reacted. for us.
Oh, really?
But we have 14 people on our street and 2 of them are under, have to apply to the California Fair insurance, right? And I just checked the California Fair, it says only 3% of the whole population is under that, and 2 of our 14 people are under it in Lafayette because their insurance, our neighbor's insurance got canceled. And so I actually think just some sort of education, like, well, what, because I think it's, you know, a lot of homeowners are freaking out, right? What's happening? Just some sort of guidance on, like, well, what are our Lafayette homeowners, what can we do, right? And what are just the steps and, you know, linking to the fair program and then linking to, you know, being firewise, we also got a discount because our neighborhood's firewise. So we actually have a little bit of a discount on the insurance once they re-upped it. So there's a lot of positives, there's not many positives, but there are pros and cons we can put in there. I think people just are looking for information. I think being Lafayette specific, you wouldn't need to do much. It could be quite helpful for folks as they're trying to navigate this new reality we've got.
That's good, and that could feed off like our firewise. And
Exactly, it's all tied together, but that's the reality of people are dealing with every month now, they're trying to insurance.
Right, that would be, you know, I know that impacts our staff time too, and in keeping that all organized and collected and all that stuff. But yes, I think that would be.
This has been a great discussion, and I want to make 3 points on this. First of all, I do agree that wildfire prevention needs to be on this list of 4, and it needs to be number 1 on this list of 4. As Councilmember Anduri said, this is an existential threat, and I sometimes say I feel like I'm on the Titanic, and the wildfire is out in the distance, right? And so that's sort of a longer thing to worry about. But we're on deck 7, and we're worried about the planning of improvement of the pedestrian flow on deck 7 and the planning of what businesses we have on deck 7 and the financial sustainability of deck 7. But to me, that wildfire prevention is the iceberg in the distance where we actually, this is a long-term problem that we have to have at the very top of our priority for years to come. And thank you for staff for sharing the last, 2003 and 2013 vistas, because it sort of gives you an idea of what were priorities 10 and 20 years ago. And they're sort of the same priorities, except the wildfire thing, which I think really is the different place we are in as a community today. And city council members, we need to recognize that we are long-term planners for this city. And that I'm really glad, and I hope that future councils will continue to keep wildfire prevention at the very top. And that we'll continue having these tactical discussions what to do. I would offer, so here philosophically, I'm glad, and I hope that we'll keep that as number 1. Tactically, I think on the public engagement side that we could do more, and much of the presentation we've done, having been on the Emergency Preparedness Commission and work with staff, I see how much the city is doing its job to do it, to prepare for wildfire. And we also need the community to do things as well. This is not just a one-sided effort to protect us. So we cannot do it ourselves. We have to have every resident in the city step up their game. And so I look at Moraga, Linda Fire District, simply because they are structured differently. I think they have some structural advantages over us, and that they have their own dedicated fire district for those 2 cities. And so if you're in that district, you know fire danger is high, and you spend a lot of your resources on what City Manager Srivatsa said in terms of education. Your dollars are flowing to buying defense or offering $1,000 subsidies to harden your home. They have really some robust programs in place that I think we don't have to reinvent the wheel when we see our next door neighbors really already implementing some best practices. So I sort of see us like sneaking over there to look at some of their programs and see what of the public engagement things that they're doing that we could also do here, and we are doing that. I think they're ahead. That's good. We can learn from them, and I'm encouraged to hear we have so many. If we actually have 19 firewise communities, that's really more than double from 7 where we were a year ago. And it does show that the public is interested in this because of the insurance. I think we do all recognize their insurance being canceled. There's more things happening. So I would say that as we look to the next fiscal year, that we dial up our public engagement approach and that we allocate. I would think if something's a priority, you should budget for it. Does your budget show this is a priority? Is it a big line item in your budget? And what are we budgeting towards wildfire prevention and all the initiatives that we're doing? And that would be a way for us to measure our commitment to addressing this existential threat.
Can I put something really crazy out there? Can Lafayette join MLFD? Is it
On
in
the
time?
surface, I would say yes, but it's a multi-year.
That's what I'm, right, I mean, because they definitely, I mean, their level of service is that much higher, right? Should we even think about it? I don't even know, I mean, I just,
You know, it's interesting, I'm sure at their level of service, but they're also, you know, in collaboration with compassion fires.
Oh,
Like
absolutely,
that, so,
absolutely.
you know, I think to Wei Tai's point, we should try to do as much as we can to model after them in terms of they're very localized, because obviously compassion fire isn't as localized. But it's still, it'd be interesting to entertain, just it would potentially be a lot more money.
I know,
Yeah.
and that might
Yeah.
be something to find out, is
Yeah.
like, because we don't pay for fire, I mean, in a sense, right?
Yeah, we pay through our taxes, yes.
Yes, but not
The
that
city doesn't contribute
right,
directly to the fire district.
and I don't know how it's even structured, just the people pay. I don't know.
I think it would be interesting to see the CCTA study and analysis, like really kind of look at data and numbers and see before we think of this.
Oh, I know, this is not.
But it's a good idea, because you know, we always talk about it on a little bit empty, but. But, you know, and that being said, we have wonderful partnership
Oh,
with
gotcha.
CCFD.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an interesting thought. Okay, so I think, just any more comments on this right now? It sounds like we all think that this should remain a priority.
Right, so it will revisit,
Yeah, we
and
revisit.
when we've gone through all four and see if anything drops out. But right now, I'm gonna indicate.
Okay, yes, we'll wait for me.
Future.
Wait, Titanic, metaphor is very compelling.
Yeah, we open this up.
Should we open this up?
Yes, we can take one comment from.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So I am very glad to hear that this is a #1 priority, for all of you, that I appreciate you saying that this is like the Titanic. We have to address it. We have to be proactive. And one of the things I wanted to just point out is that you're also going to be thinking about making some adjustments or potentially making changes to the roadway network. And some of that will come up in the second priority. But particularly, I'm thinking about Moraga Road and the 2026 repave, or not even repaving, I think it's reconstruction. And then potentially being able to stripe different configurations. That's a major evacuation route, probably one of the most major. And I think that in order to undertake that project, to evaluate the configuration and ways that could be used, you have to start with an evacuation analysis that's robust, that's looking at intersection level data. Because what you had in the housing element EIR was like big neighborhood level, like how does this neighborhood go here? And just all only measuring time, like how long will it take? Well, you don't know why it was going to take that long, right? You don't have that data. The consultants had it. Of course, they use that to make their assessment. They said in that report, if you fund a much more rigorous study, we can get into a lot more detail about your situation. Well, that hasn't happened yet. And I think that it just has to, that to not address that like base fundamental component of this whole issue would be a miss, basically. And I think that you do have an opportunity to do a little bit of maybe just looking to Orinda, who, as part of their safety element, conducted a really comprehensive evacuation analysis that was intersection based. And they had a number of scenarios that, you know, may or may not be appropriate for Lafayette, but you could learn from them about, well, did you pick the right scenarios? What were the learnings you made after you went through your analysis? You know, what would you have done differently? So I think there's an opportunity there to piggyback off of that. And I actually have it here. It gets into like intersection level adjustments. and recommendations that are based on actual flows of people, based on number of houses and population, residents within each. And so I think, I read through it, I need to read it again, because the last time I read it was back when we did our safety element. The same consultants produced the Orinda one, Placeworks, that did our safety element. So, there's another nice linkage there, should you choose to go forward. And I just think it's good. I think, like I said, it's just fundamental. And I think one other thing I'll say, with respect to joining MOFD, I think on the surface, it sounds like a great idea. Their chief is at the vanguard of fire science and is so on top of this. But as I understand, they might be CalPERS participants, so they might have a unfunded pension mandate, maybe issue.
Thanks, Stella. We could probably continue that when we get back.
Yeah,
back to
so-
this, but those are great points. I'm sorry, Suzanne, is there any more other comment?
If anyone on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. We do have a public comment from Robert and Ms. Boyd.
Great. Welcome, Robert.
Hello,
Hi.
you guys hear me? Yes. Great. Yeah, I'd like to echo Stella's comment about the streets. This has been a big concern of mine related to the housing as well. And the perfect example is the Boyer Court ban of on-street parking recently, because their street is not atypical. There are many streets in Lafayette that don't have the width to accommodate additional parking. And the new bubble map for expanding density 400% is pushing up past my house, which is at Moraga Road and St. Mary's. So O'Connor Street, Herman Drive, Eastview, Rowe Place, those are all streets that are basically one-lane street if you get on-street parking. So this fire evacuation thing is a real problem, and it needs to be addressed up front when you're talking about density and increasing the density, because you're basically designing problems with this, the limited infrastructure that we have. Let's see. Yeah, so that's probably my biggest concern. And Moraga Road, of course, if they narrow that with with traffic calming and bike lanes and stuff like that, when we already have a St. Mary's trail for the bikes, if they really want to get off the street, that would be a disaster in terms of evacuation. Because every day at school times and commute times, the street becomes a parking lot already. Okay, that should do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
There are hands raised.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a comment. I think that's a great idea, especially since we have the big project coming up. So in your talking to CCTA, can you press on them? We have all these smart signal things that are gonna be coming up. And are they gonna do a study for those? And can we get CCTA, because Moraga Road is an evacuation route for Moraga, right? And their housing element is putting everything right downtown. Can we do a really good study on Moraga Road, right?
That was my impression, that the smart signal program was basically focused on, emergency evac coordination. So I would hope that it does include that kind of
And
analysis. Yeah.
CCTA can do those studies, I'm sure they can, right?
Yeah.
Also, to let you know, the Tri-Cities meeting, the intention was to have the evacuation study and an update on smart signals, since they go together.
Thank you.
You ready to move on?
Yes.
Again, we'll come back to these and see if you're at the end of your discussion of the remains. So, Tracy, Suzanne, can you pull up the slide of what has occurred in the area of the improving pedestrian? So you've heard all the things that has occurred or have occurred or are occurring. I think some of them have become more normalized. Is that correct? The more normal, continuing. So again, in this category, are there additional outcomes that may be beyond what is going to continue to happen that you feel should be considered? And is there maybe perhaps a question for the city manager? Are there things that, we talked about improvements, are there some elements that are going to continue to occur during the year, fiscal year?
These are the planned projects, consistent with your priority. This year, we are receiving the annual request from, not from our state legislators, but from the federal representatives, when this is the time for us to pitch, ask for grant applications. We're being careful about it because one, we need matching funds, and two, if we do get the money, we don't currently have the staff to implement it, and it's going to cost us more if we contract out. So staff is looking at it, so this is what's on the CIP for the next year. In addition to street maintenance projects that are probably going out to bid fairly quickly.
So what you're saying, this is above the iceberg, below the iceberg tip in a way?
Yeah, the iceberg would be, we need to keep our PCI index at a certain level, but the priority is we want safe streets for all. We want safety improvements. We want laser focus on this issue. That means that part of staff's time is looking at specific projects that meet your priority.
I'm sorry, are these currently funded? These you're
Yeah, they're on the
confirming,
CIP,
these have staff associated with them.
They do, yes.
But you are worried if anything else goes up there, that would, or you're kind of maxed out right now, so anything above, beyond this would be unfunded.
Oh, yeah, anything about this would be, yes, since this, unlike the first priority, this is an in-house priority. We have engineers, we have maintenance people, so this is directly related to the city's work plan, city staff's work plan, correct? I will say that the first three are already, I think they've gone to CPAC. It's on Mike's CIP program, in addition to banks, we have to stabilize the bank in St. Mary's Road. So there are other projects that are not priority focused that we're doing. We may have to demolish the Campana building. And the council has to decide what to do with it. So that's another task. We're coordinating, although Orinda's leading the efforts on smart signals. We do have staff involved there. We're doing a bridge maintenance design. So we have other tasks.
So I've actually, I thought did we get a grant for the walkway to the reservoir?
Correct.
Right, and then we also, did we get one for the Eastern Auckland?
We applied for both. We only got we got the first, which is the 900,000 for the West Reach project.
Right.
And that will be tackled by our engineering staff. I think receiving that money, getting money is amazing, grateful for it. But we're also thinking of capacity.
Right.
And this, adding the 900,000, the West Reach project would maximize.
Was there a matching fund for that we had to put?
No, it was staff time.
Or just staff time, we can cover that, okay, wonderful. Yeah, so we are doing that, is that on our plan this year?
It is, once we get the money now. I don't know how it's going to be adjusted by way of fiscal years, but it's going to be the design the next fiscal year and construction thereafter. That's something that Mike is working on.
I just want to assess like where we've come a long way. There's a lot of great work that's been done, and as you pointed out, we're 80% into the projects that we laid out for this. And this was in many ways in response to some tragic things that have happened in our city, and we wanted to make sure our most vulnerable were attended to. So the focus became around schools specifically, even though they tie in and connect obviously to all other pathways. So I do think that this is a good place, and we've made great improvements. We have
we're there with improving that traffic. And there's always gonna be probably things we can do, but I don't know if it should have specific focus and budget outside of what we are doing, in my opinion, for capital improvement for traffic and general safety right now. So I'm not saying it's still not obviously a focus, safety always will be, but I don't think it needs to be the priority that rises above. Particularly in this school area, we've embedded so much investment and resources to that for good outcomes.
So you're thinking that it could go under the,
I think it can almost go into our, like, we're responsible for this and not necessarily a priority as a fiscal priority or priority, definitely or.
Well, I think that the last year has been fantastic progress in terms of this particular priority. And I think the safety part of the priority, well, having the new staff member, having Patrick William, I think it's fantastic having him and all the things that have been done. I think we're at the point now where this is, it no longer needs to be one of the priorities. I would say that, well, I'll just get to what John was saying. I think there's three priorities that I would argue that we focus on in next year. We've been so successful with this one, and we still need to continue to do things, but I don't think it should be one of the priorities for the next year.
Other thoughts about that?
I would take a big win. There's nothing to do. I mean, really, this is just a win, and we should be advertising. We focused on it, and we can, I think people notice. I mean, I think it has impacted people's lives and changed behaviors and, really helped. And so I agree. And the things that we're doing right now are under that, but they're not that focused, where we just really sweated it out and dove deep. So I agree, these are just ongoing tasks rather than a council priority at this point. I'm okay with that, but we should advertise that we are doing that.
And it's still great, still ongoing.
And it's still
I think that's
ongoing.
important, right?
Yes.
Because it's not like, I think,
Yeah.
it seems self-evident, but that's gonna be the question. When if somebody would look at this priority, like, oh,
What do you
you don't
mean
care, you
priority?
don't care about safety anymore?
I know, that's it.
So there is the optics.
Yeah.
that you-
What I would add is that staff is, even if it goes below the surface, this will be on our minds as we design projects, as we choose projects. What we may not do is apply for grants to further this priority, because that translates to CIP projects that may take funds away from others.
Okay, that's a good one. Do we have to go back to our grant priority list then?
We, Patrick has developed one
Right.
that, Transec has looked at. We will go and look at it, but it'll have to be on a resource-based,
Okay.
choice.
So it hasn't come to us, has it?
We did,
It did. I think it did.
it did say
Yeah.
grant priorities, and we moved the median off because we weren't ready to do that, and I'm trying to remember if there was
We
a.
have the roundabout project.
Yeah.
It's finished, right?
Yeah, and the aqueduct.
Was Stanley in there for the?
Yes.
Right, okay.
No,
That's part of what
yeah.
we're working on anyway, so that's embedded, okay.
So I just said, I heard from three of you, wait, time.
Oh, yeah, so I'm a little mixed on this because I'd say, on the one hand, we have put so much on this topic in the last 2 years to really focus on it. And we have tangible achievements in the dollars we spent to improve our city. And secondarily, we passed Vision Zero, which is really a long-term commitment to do this. So in a way, we've institutionalized
Right.
our commitment to improving pedestrian traffic safety. So it is a win, and I wouldn't want us to deprioritize it as a way of saying it's not important to us anymore. It is simply that I think we have institutionalized we have fixed many of the issues and institutionalized the go forward. So I, on one hand, feel common with the others here is that maybe this doesn't have to be on our list of 4. At the same time, when I look forward to the housing element and the changes that will happen in the downtown in the upcoming 8 years, the importance of transforming our downtown to be multimodal, mobility friendly in terms of pedestrians and bike paths, I do think the critical role of cities to plan for all the change that will happen with the changing of our city, that this is actually not an easy thing to execute on, and really just to keeping it as a priority. And I don't know whether it should earn a spot on this list of this year's priorities, but when the city manager said this will always be a city staff priority, I think it has to be given the housing element piece. So I'd say looking forward, I still think of it as a priority, but that's where I'm sort of mixed on both ways. I could see it coming off, but I could also see us saying this is important for the next 8 years. So I'm neutral.
I think it's interesting too, because this probably lends it well to the next priority, which is morphed, over time, whether it was the corridor, and same thing as school safety, all these things are connected, the pathways. So I know what you're saying, that it's not like, this is institutionalized in that we should be looking at it with Vision Zero to all across town. So to a degree, I mean, I guess we'll discuss this further. I think I know what you're saying about trying to take it out. I also think it's an issue of how we look at priorities. When I think of priorities, I look at it as this is our year that we're going to focus on these particular things. It doesn't mean that that's like when it's done goes away, but that we brought much attention. The community was very engaged in this, and it has become kind of hired on our foundation, basically, our plateau. So I don't see it going away as much as it's just not the particular focus in the next fiscal year. Although it should be, as we're talking, embedded in everything we do as we look at planning going forward. That's what it is. That's my thought.
Other thoughts about that at this point, or?
We can hear from
Oh, sorry, sorry, like two thoughts. One is, I'm a big fan of having fewer larger priorities than lots of small priorities. And so if there's even one on, like on the bubble, to me, that's like, given the other ones are so critical. It clearly, I would rather focus on smaller, and easier to communicate, easier to prioritize. So no, I'm a fan of we're gonna keep it going, but it's below the ocean, or the iceberg metaphor, it's kind of below the but I guess I want to call out the comments, which is such a shame that we can't even apply for grants because we don't have the funding or the staff to do it. This, I think, that's criminal, right? I mean, that we can't do that, which I think should flow into the fiscal sustainability talk we're gonna have, right? Because that is like, talk about a consequence of our budget situation. If somebody says, oh, well, we don't need to worry about it, it's like, we can't even contribute 10% toward a major improvement for our citizens because of the budget situation. That's a huge issue. So I just want to kind of call that out. That to me is like, that's where it's actually all getting our fiscal house in order will actually help safety, because we can then start applying for grants again. I mean, it all comes together. But I was like, that's a shocking statement that we can't even, we're scared to even apply for 90% free money, for example, for a project, because we can't do it. But no, I'm totally, I'm in support of that.
So for right now, I am not going to put a check mark there. That is one of the priorities, but again, an understanding, and I'm going to ask the city manager. I know there needs to be public comment, but the city manager, when something has been a priority, and let's say it falls below the line and becomes routine, there are, I assume, certain things that take on more importance in the mind of staff, correct? And
Yeah, well, yes, for engineering, it would be going back to the basics, which is really maintaining our roads, making sure that our pathways are safe. We've built a number of pathways over the years. Some of them are in need of maintenance. So really looking at projects to maintain our infrastructure will probably be the way the engineers will focus their work. To have one or two nice projects a year, like the rain garden or the West Reach project would be great, but that does take away from the basics of the engineering department. But I haven't mentioned this, but Next Thursday, management staff is getting together to develop work plans based on your discussions today. And so, you know, Tracy, Suzanne and I and Mona will definitely convey what you said and make sure that they understand that it becomes more of it's part of our DNA now to look out for pet bites and multimodal mobility. But it's not going to be, there's not going to be a laser focus. Yes.
Stella, what is good? Thank you. So I appreciate the comments and I understand, it makes a lot of sense. And I'm glad to hear that there will be continued, focus, but more in a autopilot. We have a lot of foundational work that's been done and we'll just kind of see it through to its conclusion. I guess one thing though is Vision Zero is a policy, and I think that more than just a policy, it should be a program. And so I don't know how that fits in. I think that we don't really have a task force anymore, any plan that I'm aware of to kind of do ongoing reporting or analysis. And so that's something I just want to put out there. I think it would be useful to do just to keep it in the mix, to keep it sort of focused, raised up. I have some question, I guess, about a couple things. I don't know what the West Reach project is, but I'm curious. And I'm wondering about, for some of the pending projects, I didn't see completion of the 20% that says that 80% was done on the schools project. What is the 20 and is it coming? I have a couple in mind that I've heard were going to be done this summer, and I hope that they will, even though they don't appear on the pending list. And then the last thing, I don't know how much it costs, but education is a really important part of that priority, just of improving safety and I think that, I don't know if it's possible to keep that, to continue to work on that. One thing that I have raised at Transserve and will be continuing to kind of pursue is the issue with e-bikes and safety and just the use of them and where are they allowed and under what circumstances, which ones need a driver's license, et cetera. And I think that's something that hopefully wouldn't take a whole lot of staff time or cost to produce, but would be really useful, really impactful in improving safety and behaviors. Not necessarily like spending a huge amount on capital improvements, but more on just communicating with the public and especially with our youth, who are the ones who are getting these new devices, new micromobility devices, eagerly. So just want them to be as safe as possible, be able to gain the utility part of it, which is so great, but then also do it safely.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
If any members of the public on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature. There are no hands raised.
Thanks. Just to take it back to your comments, I think similar to our environmental task force, who research has been brought about being banned on those gas leak blowers, it would be great and as a good objective for our Transserve to come up with exactly what you're talking about and bring it down, do the research, do this and that, if there's something that comes out of there. Because again, we are very mindful of cost, and there is an embedded cost, there is staff that accompanies the Transserve, but that Transserve team can bring up their ideas and then divvy out to their subcommittees and then at some point bring that to council for consideration. So I would encourage you to go down that path. But otherwise, yes, good comments about Vision Zero, and that is part of our responsibility in engineering.
Yeah,
sure.
Yes. May I answer the questions? Yes, the 20% will be done. I think these were improvements around Spring Hill and Pleasant Hill Road.
Spring Hill
And
line.
yeah, so Matt was going to back it into a capital project for economies of scale to get that done. And the West Reach, apologies. This is the stretch of the creek just west of Sotheby's, across from the Woodbury. It's the stretch that the city owns. And it is, the plan is, it's from Sotheby's to Village Center Drive approximately. And the plan was to open up the creek, clear up the creek of invasive vegetation, have educational signs. It's one of the tasks in the Creeks Master Plan that the Creeks Committee has advocated.
It's another good example though of our volunteer, commission committees, again, bringing good things to our city. That's just a major how we're built, volunteers and very, budget oriented from the get-go, from a corporation, so very appreciative of that.
So, the e-bike safety, haven't we seen some legislation kind of going, aren't there some bills in Sacramento?
I will check.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, and so if they do that, that would be like great, right? That would be hopefully helpful.
By the way, Oregon just passed some really good e-bikes, for our age, so.
Great, okay.
If the, transfer looks into that, that's a really good place to live, yeah.
Okay.
Any other, actually, so we'll move on to our next priority.
Tasks, and I believe this is probably a little bit of a longer discussion perhaps, tasks associated with Mount Diablo corridor and downtown. You have a slide up there with that.
Yeah. It's a little further down. No, the next. Yeah. As I mentioned, that this has been on your work plan for the last 2 years. We have not commenced work on it. We are all aware that there could possibly be additional, we've planned for additional growth in the downtown over the next 8 years. As part of our housing element update. The current housing climate is rather sluggish. A number of our projects have stalled, and that's true of other communities around the Bay Area. But we still anticipate growth in the downtown. I would like direction on what you see, what you would like coming out of this plan. As I mentioned before, is it focused on head by safety and mobility, on making Mount Diablo, transforming Mount Diablo to a truly great street that everyone can use? Does it include, what kind of amenities do we offer the people who move to our downtown, parks and other facilities? And then there's always been this kind of struggle between accommodating housing and losing economic vitality. What do we do as a city? And that's through regulations to ensure economic development incentives, to make sure that there continues to be a balance, that we provide the goods and services that Lafayette residents want. And so these are some of the ideas that staff, when we had our brainstorming session, wanted to know the limits of this plan, given that, hopefully when the housing element is done, get certified, we would have done our rezoning and our objective design standards. There will be 60 projects, still 60 programs to be done, but if we could either contract out the staff to a consultant or do it in-house, what's the scope of work and what are the desired outcomes?
Okay, so this one is definitely one of the priorities. It's going to be a priority next year. 2 years ago, we made this one of our priorities. And the reason we did is that 2,114 houses is part of our goal, and almost all of those are in the downtown area. So 2 years ago, we said that the priority was to develop a plan that would cover the corridor, the Mount Diablo corridor, which included the terrace, the the new development, the terraces, the bar area, you know, how we would, have a plan for those projects. Then last year, we changed that a little bit and we ended up referring to specific tasks associated with the Mount Diablo corridor. And I think we need to continue that even more this year and identify specific spots. And eventually, you know, I'd say maybe 2 years from now, we need to focus on the entire plan that covers what we will do in the corridor. But we need to focus on plans. The very first one that we need to focus on is preparing the objective design standards for multifamily developments in the corridor. Because we need to have that in order to, well, it's part of what we've agreed to have as part of our element, that we need to establish that we need to have objective standards we can find. We don't have that yet. We do have objective standards, but we need to we need to increase the standards. So that's number one thing we need to do. The second thing that we need to focus on, I think, is developing a plan for improving multimodal mobility in the corridor and to minimize the use of cars in the corridor as additional housing elements are constructed. You know, if we have an additional 2,000 units that we're looking at over the next 8 years or even the next 16 years, we need to find a way that there's a plan that's going to give us new ways to look at the development for pedestrians and for bicycles that allow people that move in to have cars, but maybe not 2 cars, ways that they can travel within the downtown area. So it's ways that we develop pedestrian, planning for pedestrians and for bicycles in the downtown mobility and transit. That's number 2. Number 3 is we need to focus on a development agreement for the Silva property. Well, I can talk more about that later, why we need it, but I think that's going to be important. And 4th, we need to look ahead, have a discussion about the BART lots and what's going to happen with BART lots. We need to start that now, even though maybe during this next year, but we're looking at the next cycle. Let's see, and then 5th, we need to look at consider the zoning updates and changes and what we're capable of doing to protect commercial uses on the ground floor in the area. And then another thing that we look at is looking at a RFP for 949 Moraga Road. So it's looking at, instead of looking at an entire plan, which we thought we were going to do Tuesday, we need to look at a few of the more important things that we need to do as to implement the housing element. And these are 6 that I can think of as the most important items.
So I guess if there are others and then some discussion around the ones that Carl mentioned, John?
A couple other thoughts I had on this thing. I think just focusing on the downtown, downtown, what's going to happen over the next year or 2 for park theaters. Highly likely it's going to be live in a couple of years. What are there plans and things we need to do kind of now that we're going to have this additional asset in this inaccessible part of downtown in many ways? What does that mean from a traffic flow perspective and kind of making sure that we're prepared for that? I think that's important. I think we've seen the historic overlay district. I'm worried that whole thing is just kind of crumbled a little bit with the housing element, where the housing laws, the ability to with the no net loss and everything we have to do with there. I think we should probably just relook at that. I don't think it's not really valid anymore. I'm worried about that. So I just don't know if that's worth kind of just some thought, kind of in conjunction with the theater and everything that's happening there. And I also, and just answering the thing about parks, I think as we look toward the housing element and all the new housing, the new units you'll be there, I think really thinking about the next couple of downtown kind of green space parks that are gonna help. Where there's 2,000 units, where are they gonna have outdoor spaces? These are gonna be multi-level places, how do we kind of keep that going? I loved, just a final point, when Anup said, how to make Mount Diablo Boulevard a great street. Like, I love that phrase. Because there are some great streets, you can think about in San Francisco and Pleasanton, what they have a great street. Like, how do we make Mount Diablo a great street? What does that mean? And it's gonna be making it accessible to bikes and e-bikes, pedestrians, but also are there amenities you can put in there that don't cost that much, just can make it an inspirational place, because that's where we're gonna have a lot more stuff. Yeah, those are my thoughts. I think probably you're exactly right. It's a pretty heavy, it's a heavy duty priority, isn't it? But being more specific is good.
So I would add that if, it's an evacuation route, right? So we have to be very mindful about Mount Diablo Boulevard as an evacuation route as well. And that is just, it's just unfortunate, to be perfectly honest, that we have to play that thing. I would also, if we want to, is we look at the whole Safeway to Whole Foods. If we can somehow get if the whole thing, and I know Paul and I had sent out a picture at one point about a project that he was doing about repurposing one of those, strip malls. And see if there isn't room there to put another park, right? It's a big, big site, and if you configure it right, you might be able to get some open space out of that big areas.
Can I ask for clarification, the site that you're talking about?
Is that the Safeway to Whole Foods? See if there's any interest from the owners, because it's one owner, pretty much, and that's another site that we might be able to think about too.
Well, that part of, how do you make Mount Diablo Boulevard wonderful, right? I mean, just, I was on all segments, so no, I think it's been very well stated. Thank you, Paul, for all the homework to frame it up that way. I think, I'm in agreement that this is very important. At the same time, can't keep waiting for the housing element to get locked down. So what can we do to make some progress, and maybe therefore dissecting it into some tactical items that are not tied to the housing element does give us the opportunity to move forward and get the headway done. So I support keeping this in, but finding a way to frame it so that it gives us, that we're clear on what we're doing.
I was gonna say, I think all of us are really concerned with this responsibility of keeping Mount Diablo a vibrant place. Back when, this council, when I first started on council, the priority was create a vibrant downtown and support the business community. And that's what we're still trying to focus on, a vibrant downtown, a safe downtown. And as I think of the general plan, Plan 2040, all these little components that we're pulling out, because unfortunately, the best thing to do would be to update the downtown specifically. But that's a massive undertaking, a lot of money, a lot of resources. So right now, it is maybe the right thing to do this. Take those little tasks, mindful of it's for the bigger vision, the long-term vision. That 2040, we would love it to be multimodal, there's pathways, maybe there's little green spaces, keeping that in mind as we go through them. And then hopefully, as things get better with our fiscal position, then we can undertake the larger project of the downtown specific plan. And that whatever we're trying to focus on this year plays into that, or is mindful of that impact on us. And I do think it's super important to focus on these objectives within that, or objectives within that priority, on those that play into our housing element. And the Silver Plan is certainly one of those, and something that I think can be exciting if we work with them and then look at, there could be greens, you know, parks and great things put in there. So I agree, we need to break this down, and I don't know what you call it anymore. I mean, I guess it is the downtown core. I mean, that's the thing, it's just kind of, really call it something different.
Another reason why I think that, looking at what we do to, think about how we allow people to get around, pedestrians, bicycles, why that's the second most important. But the objective standards is the first thing I think we need to do right away. But the most important thing after that is to figure out the transportation, you know, bicycles, pedestrian, how do we make it work so that with the 2,000 new units, we don't have to have 2,000 new cars in the downtown. And just as an example, with the DeSilva property, if we put 300 some units there, we need to figure out what we do to Mount Diablo Boulevard between that project and the downtown in terms of maybe a new bicycle lane that we don't have now. So does that affect what we do with the highway? With the new project, the earmark, the West Reach, $900,000. If you look at the plan that we have, the downtown creek plans, and you look at the pictures for what we have, what we're proposing for that, it includes taking over some of the parking and turning that into rain garden, and then but can we really do that? Do we need to use that for bicycle? So the first thing we can't really plan ahead for that $900,000 on that project until we think, well, how does that impact bicycle pedestrian routes as well? And then there's a third area that we're developing that, well, but those things all fit together. The first thing we need to figure out is what do we need to do in order to provide for the transportation?
Yeah, and actually realistically, even though we're less parking, I mean, that's ours is parking. Parking will be an issue because of the, new laws that there's minimum parking there. So depending on how these developments come, that could impact, maybe we might have overnight parking in the city or we've never had before. So there's just things we do need to keep in especially as we are thinking of carving out more spaces, if that's the case for bike and peds that, might impact our parking space that we have now. Anyway, but it sounds like a lot of this obviously will come from planning and won't necessarily need to use our resources. And one of the things that we'll need to talk about is when we get to the next one, or fiscal sustainability in general, is how much it's costing us to not have staff here, and or relative to having a consultant who comes in that we hired to help us do this. So something to consider.
So what I was gonna ask, and maybe I was gonna turn to the city manager, when you look at these, and again, I don't know if there's consensus on these, is that the kind of direction in terms of outcomes as you look at 24, 25, or some of these obviously are gonna go beyond that? Do you need more clarity?
No, these are very clear tasks. You identified 11 tasks. Well, and just each one of them could last 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
They will all cost money. And this coupled with our mandated requirements of processing development applications, we do 200 or more a year. And other states mandated requirements. I would say at the face of it, we don't have the capacity. What may be useful in the afternoon, or when we have a more detailed discussion, is there a priority list of these 11 tasks? And then we can go back and flesh it out in terms of resources and cost. And having consultants, is there other ways to combine a couple of projects, couple of the tasks? Those things need to be looked into. Okay. Ruth, can you list the
11 tasks that you captured after.
Certainly, I'd be happy to work with Nadine to write them out during.
Right, during the break,
Okay.
when you come back, you'll
That's
be able
fine,
to
yeah.
supplements are listed.
I think I missed, yeah.
I also wanted to, in addition to processing and development applications, I had a meeting with planning yesterday. It's okay, it's fine, I think it's in my head. So we're talking about development applications, of course, housing element implementation. And then we're still updating the general plan, right? I mean, at some point, do we have to, can we pause on certain tasks and focus on others? This is another thing to consider.
So, a question, here, objective standards, what direction are you thinking that we're gonna go?
Yeah, I'd like to do something like Santa Cruz.
Okay,
Okay. And other places have done, they've got these long 20-page
Take your time.
wow. Anyway, these long reports that show objective standards. We need to do that.
A little more detail.
Yeah.
And the goal was after we submit the housing element to the state for the I started drafting an RFP for objective standards. That will start while we wait.
Yeah, because again, I see that as the very first thing we need to do.
Okay, so one of our wonderful residents, I say work in Dublin, and so it's stumpy land there. I mean, like literally I'm surrounded by these things, and they're all different flavors and sizes and designs and stuff like that. And I went around and we took pictures of each one of these, and we thought, those are ugly, okay, those are really pretty. And trying to tease out the real particulars of what makes something more pretty and more, happy here. And we both learned a lot. And so is that the kind of stuff that we can put in? Like it has to, okay.
Yeah, I asked, I think it was, who's the consultants have been working with us?
Diana?
No, besides Diana, Virginia.
Oh, we're on the
Okay.
I asked her, the objective standards that might work are the ones that similar to Santa Cruz did, and I thought anyway, there's a number of cities
Okay.
that have adopted them, and they show, have done something like you've done. They've looked at style, whether it's Spanish style, Italian style, whatever, they have the pictures, and it's gotta look like this, and that counts as objective. To me, it's sort of hard, I'm not sure it could be, but yeah.
Push on it, I don't want us thinking about all of that.
Yeah, but I think we've got to look into it.
Right, to see how, how it can work.
Yeah, I mean, are we going to say, like, I know that, Elliot Hudson wanted to suggest about, it would require, shingles. They all be.
Or shingle roof, right?
Well,
Or also peaked roofs, rather than flat roofs, stuff like that, that is interesting.
well, I mean, our existing ones, the city center ones are shingles.
Yeah, they are, I agree.
And require that, just things that we can have objective standards that would apply. Now, last year, when we did this, we started down this road too, when Ruth presented the report to the city council on March 13th, we switched from an overall plan for the corridor to here's 4 things we're going to achieve first. And we did them in the order priority. But number 1 last time, just to remind everybody, was update the Plaza Way overlay district if the city purchases properties within the district. So I think we need to have that on our list just in case something happens there. But last year at this time, we thought we were going to be able to do it. And so that was a very high priority to develop get public input and update the Plaza Way overlay district. We need to have it on our list as contingent. But then number 3 last year was study streetscape design shows with multimodal ability options to accommodate increased housing downtown and food safety allowances. That I think is number 2 now. I think all the things that we do will be informed by, well, we need to know how we're going to change the street, what we need to do to the street to allow for greater pedestrian cyclist activity before we can do any of the other things.
But I would also expand that, because we have those options of the East Bay Mud Aqueduct. You know, there's always been a thought, and there's always been a thought that we would do something along the creek.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
think, yes. I mean, I think we need to find somebody, there's gotta be a consultant out there who's thinking things that nobody's thought of before, and look at the whole thing. Yeah, the right of way and the street, and whatever, public right of way there is in the downtown, and how we can
Maximize it,
Anything else right now on this, and we're obviously gonna revisit, you have public comment, correct?
Yes, we'll come for public comment.
Stella?
I agree with everything I've heard. The one thing I guess I'll just emphasize, and I think Councilmember Candell may have brought it up early in the discussion, is that, you know, you have trade-offs. You know this with adding, changing street design and impacts potentially evacuation routes. I think that one thing that, you know, is unfortunate about Lafayette, really unfortunate, is that we just have a terrible road network in terms of how it connects. We don't have a grid. So, you know, you can't do something to one avenue and then just have others available for people to use in different ways. So, you know, an example is in Berkeley, Shattuck Avenue is really just auto oriented. And the way that Berkeley deals with that or accommodates that is that Milvia, which is a parallel street, has a wonderful protected bike path. And so I guess I just throw that out there, that some cities have more ability with their assets and resources than others, and we have real constraints. I do agree that looking at whatever right of way or whatever city-owned area land in that Mount Diablo corridor is really critical, and the Edmund Aqueduct path is just such it's like, if we had a magic wand, that seems like a no-brainer, because you could have that complete wonderful bike path that would connect to every other business on Mount Diablo. You just come down and do your business, then go right back up to it. So I know it's a challenging one. It's not an easy engineering task. There's issues with like, how do you cross certain other, you know, Oak Hill and such. But it does seem like such an asset that the emphasis really should continue to be on trying to capitalize on it. Yeah, I mean, we have a tough environment. We have that one boulevard, and it can only do so much when you have so many conflicting requirements on it.
Are there any other comments? Thank you, Stella.
Yes, Mayor. Robert Lavoy.
Welcome back, Robert.
Hello. Yes, I would just like to reiterate those comments from Stella. Anytime we talk about changing the Mount Diablo Boulevard, it's the only road through town. And everything that we're looking at downtown in terms of the housing plan is projecting to put more pressure on parking, and to assume that you're going to build 2,000 new housing units and there's not going to be new cars is just crazy. And we've got the BART coming along that's going to need replacement parking. if we build housing there, which is planned and gonna happen at some point. And there's high fire zone on the north, and we got Bolin, what's the name of the street that's banned parking on the south? That's typical. And so there's really no place to put these extra cars if you don't create some new parking downtown. So I do think that the ultimate solution is having the multimodal on the aqueduct path, and then keeping Mount Diablo for 2 lanes of traffic and as much parking as we can get for those poor little retailers down there. So yeah, I guess that's it.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Okay, no other comments? Oh, yes.
Well, I just remembered the other thing that, reason we need to decide on the plan, the multimodal plan, and that's outdoor dining.
Right.
Now, we blocked off these parking spots, and we haven't, Walnut Creek, Danville, they've come up with permanent ways to do outdoor dining and requirements. We're sort of ad hoc now, because if we do something, we can't do anything permanent until we decide what might we need to do in the way of bike lanes or other uses of that space.
And there again is a competing issue, because we obviously, outdoor dining was to help support economic resiliency and coming back from the pandemic, but also adding to that vibrancy and bringing more people downtown on an ongoing basis. So, and that's really important to us.
I think that is exciting, right? That our current, and so actually, I talk about like a priority, like for this year, we owe it to the restaurants, don't give them.
The Arts Subcommittee met, and we'll be seeing more, recommendations on that, so. Excellent.
I would like to just, one thing that I think, comment, like, we need a definition, because it's very confusing right now. I think we've heard it, last several meetings, you'll ask, what is the corridor, what is downtown?
Yeah.
So whatever we do would be nice, is if it's like downtown versus, we're all the way from the east end, we're all the way from the, Lafayette Park Hotel to DeSilva, that's a whole different thing.
No, I think we did discuss it. It's not the downtown specific plan, it's the corridor, starting with the end of the Silva property, or all the way, up to Deerfield Road. So, so the general sense are included.
We just, yeah.
So I'm gonna ask what you wish to do. You have one more goal for lunch here to discuss. Do you want to break for lunch right now? Then come back and discuss that, or would you like to go ahead with that right now?
I think we kind of want to roll, but
Yeah,
I'll take the consent. Okay.
Okay.
Let's start.
Whole other.
Posted.
Yeah, basically, Shady house.
Okay. Thoughts
Your
about,
capital then. Okay, lots. Okay, I think. Why don't we, okay, fiscal sustainability, this has also been on our, I think, for 3 years now, right? Carl, would you like to start us off? Yeah, I saw your fingers raised there.
If you want, Tracy can give you an update on what lies ahead.
That's great, thank you, Tracy.
Okay, so, basically, as you know, we did complete the benchmark survey. You heard the results of that survey at your last council meeting. So based on the results of that survey, I think a couple things came out of that. One is that, not a lot of people at the time of the survey were actually even aware that there was, that we were potentially facing this gap. And number two, we really need to embark on an informational outreach to residents, and engage residents on solving this issue. So we did poll a little bit on what people felt like they might be able to support. There was some support for a sales tax measure. It was marginal, it was within the margin of error, but that was also probably, again, because we really needed to do the outreach. So that's the phase that we're in right now. We're in the outreach phase, which was basically the day after your meeting. through about the mid-July area, because if you were to decide to put any kind of a measure on the ballot, you would need to do so, I believe, by early August. Is it a July date?
We say the two.
Yeah, there's the election code date, which is August, and then there's when the county requests it.
Okay,
So what's the date, so their deadline?
Let's just say July.
let's just say the second meeting in July.
Okay.
So we are a little bit in the time crunch, so what we planned is we did, engage the services, of a public relations firm, to help us craft a consistent message that we can present to the public, so the public really understands what the issue is. I sort of went through those slides, and the public relations, expert is gonna help us hone that. To Councilmember McCormick's point, we need to have something that is easy to understand, that doesn't take paragraphs, even though it's complicated. So we're embarking upon that right now. And our plan is to get out in front of as many people as possible, and use as many vehicles as possible to get the message out. The what is the problem, why it's a problem, and then the issues on how we might solve that problem. So we're sort of in the very beginning of that. We're meeting with a consultant for a kickoff meeting, next Wednesday. We plan to be out, we're gonna be doing some town halls, several town halls, different days of the week, different times of day, so that people can come together. We plan to do mailers, we plan to use vistas. We plan to have a hopefully very robust speakers bureau where staff and council members even can go out with a presentation, so that it's a consistent message to people. So the presentation, we just want to get in front of as many people as possible because we want to engage people, we want them to understand, and we want to get ideas. There's really, there's very limited ways to solve the problem. We can raise revenue, we can cut services, but we can do some combination of both. Now, the council has not gotten into those discussions. We want to do the outreach first. Staff has already done a first path at what services may need to be cut if we decide not to go out for a revenue measure, or that does not pass in November, so those decisions will need to be made. So you'll be seeing that, but staff is already working behind the scenes to identify what that might be. Suzanne, do you want to add anything?
I don't actually have anything to add beyond what Tracy said, but happy to answer any other questions or staff has been working.
I have a question about, the PR approach, and I guess you'll find this out in your meeting, but you know, staff is talking about cuts already, and that's one of the things that came out of the benchmark survey, as well as prepping for it. People don't know what they're actually could miss and what could change in their service levels. And I think it almost is important for them to understand that, and not just the problem, but the consequences of the problem is. I'm curious how that would be presented, and would council have that analysis first too? Because we are aware that there will be cuts. There'll be like, you know, you're going through different things, maybe not that there will be, but you're preparing for what that would look like. But I, for one, would like to know what that looks like. You know, are we talking less projects, less, you know, kind of in that frame of mind, what are we actually talking about? Less service hours, less this or that, kind of in a general mode that maybe, as opposed to losing people count, you know, so what that might.
Well, I do think that's important. I think we should talk about how we might be able to present that to the council.
Right.
I think that, the way that I'll just tell you what we've done. We asked all of the departments to first pass do 10% cuts for everything. Because that adds up. We have a 10% budget hole, 10% across the board. That may or may not be the best way to do it. So what we're asking actually at the meeting on Thursday, when we have the management meeting, we're asking staff to go one step lower so that they cut further, so that if the council wants to preserve some things, they're gonna necessarily have to cut deeper into others. So I think once we get that list together, we can think of some ways to present that. I think it's a delicate balance because we want to get everything out. We don't want to get too deep into really discussing cuts. You want to have an overall idea of what you're talking about. On the other hand, if we were to get to a point where you're actually making those cuts, you're going to be talking about it a lot in a lot of detail.
That makes sense. So upfront, it's general, and then
So we can give you some general ideas.
What a big picture
We can
kind of
give you
look.
a big picture. Yes, it will probably be loss of some staff. It will be all those things you mentioned. Programs, yes. Which programs? That would potentially be, you know, a council decision. I think that, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I think that there's a balance. There's also on the other side, things that you're talking about, which we can't do, like things that we're not already doing that we would like to do. So we talked about that. I just wanted to mention when we did the survey originally, we tried to do sort of a hybrid. We need to plug a hole for things we're doing now, but there are things that we would like to do, aspirational things that people have told us that they want. So I think we have to, without muddying the water, need to say, okay, this is what we can preserve, this is how much we need, but there are other things that we're consistently being asked for by the public that people need to understand that is not even on the table. So that messaging is going to be important, and I don't know how we're going to do that, but we're starting.
So I'll just take a step back. I obviously, our fiscal sustainability impacts anything we want to do as a priority, let alone our core responsibilities. So I would say yes, this is to stay and has to be the first and foremost, to allow us to do even address our existential priorities and our planning priorities.
I agree, and I think we need to recognize that when we first put this as one of our priorities 2 years ago, we were looking at what you described, it not just what we're doing now, but we also had in mind looking at what people wanted to do in order other services, other investments. I think realistic where we are now, what we should focus on this year is maybe not the long-term needs, but short and medium term. I mean, that's the important thing. We're in a situation now where we need to figure out how we're going to have a balanced budget over the next few years. So it's more short and medium term need.
Question. Yeah, so all we've done right so far is really kind of approved the budget for the PR consultant kind of helping us with strategy. We haven't, have we or have we not kind of figured out exactly what the amount of sales tax, like what the level we're talking about? Have we agreed on? I mean, I think kind of, because that would be an interesting, I think, because it's obviously meaningful. I remember the analysis that you can't, but last year the difference between half, three-quarter, and one is significant, the amount that we can do. I worry that might also muddy the water from a communications perspective, if we have to kind of figure out also, because there's, you know, if it was a lower number, they were really just talking about survival, what we lose. If the higher number, they were talking about what we can kind of get on there. And I think it's just going to be challenging to keep laser focused on what we want to do, plus kind of have this mixture of things, because some people say, oh, I don't care about the things I want, we may not be able to additional stuff. So I'm gonna vote no, even if we're losing some of the meat or whatever. So I don't know. I'm just kind of worried. Presumably that could probably be like the conversation you guys have is can we have uncertainty and drastic different outcomes depending if something bigger were to pass or smaller? How do we kind of manage that? I would be kind of curious.
Yeah, I think that fits in with what I was trying to say. Also, I think based on what we saw from the survey, we're realistically looking at a 0.5%.
That seems very likely.
And I agree with you, it muddies the water if we're looking at more than that. I think we need to, the message is, here's what we're doing. Here's just doing what we're doing now. We're going to be facing this $2 million deficit. The 0.5% actually will meet, will plug the gap. So that's what we're looking at.
Because I think that's, I mean, I agree, I'm not disagreeing, I guess, but that's, I think, really, that needs to be part of that kind of consistent message. So we probably don't talk as much about additional things you want to do, right, in this conversation. It's all really, it's a similar message, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we don't do this, here's what we lose. Right,
Correct.
that's a very simple
That's-
thing.
that's
Because then you're
what-
not dealing with like different competing priorities, what we could do.
That's what we're
Right.
concentrating on, is I will tell you that, and I think we really need to be thoughtful about how we bring in conversation about cuts to the council. I do think it's important, people need to know, I can tell you that, it's deep, everybody's gonna lose something that is near and dear to their heart, so there's no question about that. So we'll talk to the consultant, it's a sensitive conversation, everybody also in the community, everybody has their priorities, and it's imagine it's going to be difficult. But again, we balance that, we're not getting so deep that we lose sight of, hey, we have a way that we additionally solve this, but you're right, they need to know what's on the table, so that will absolutely be part of the discussion. And we have to talk to staff about it too, to be honest, because if there are positions, we tried hard, it's one of the reasons Naru told you earlier, we've kept some really critical to us positions open. Because we just didn't want to hire somebody only to have no money in a year. So some of the cuts come from positions that aren't currently filled. But others possibly could be from positions that are, I'm not sensitive.
Right, so if we were recruiting somebody for the senior plan position, and they were to ask, because they would, if they looked at the news, they're gonna say, oh, hey, you guys went after a sales tax manager. If they were to join us, we could say we're hiring, the roles we're hiring now, I should say, are not theoretically on the chopping block, right? I mean, we have to kind of have that, so that's gonna make recruiting even harder.
Right.
If somebody's thinking, oh, this position is dependent on a November election, I worry about this, but I'm just trying to confirm, if you're prioritizing staff, it's gonna be, that we need no matter what, right?
Trying to.
Okay.
Wait, Ty, you had something?
Oh, sure. Well, first of all, I do think we should keep this as a priority for this coming fiscal year, but let me also state that our fiscal year starts July 1st, right? And the deadline for us to apply is third week of July. So the heavy lifting we'll do on this topic is already embodied in this year's priorities. It's not actually, so the question is like, if we put this on for July 1st onwards, what does it mean? It's really, the 4 months up to the election, right? And then it's either gonna pass or not, right? And then if it passes, it means we're either planning for how we're gonna spend new money, or if it doesn't pass, then how we're gonna cut. Right? But I sort of think the heavy lifting is happening right now in the past 12 months. But just to be thorough, to make sure we get to the finish line in November, that we should keep focused on this all the way through the election. But I don't see this as a 12-month thing. It probably is the most important period, is the front end piece. That being said, and I appreciate that staff mentioned Councilmember McCormick to try to keep this message simple. And I think if we had a $2 million gap that we forecast, and we have 10,000 households in this city, we're talking about $200 per household per year is needed to fill the gap, right? So I think ultimately the simple message in my mind is that we have a $200 per household gap. Is everybody up for chipping that in and keeping services or not, right? And then we can take that 200 in the form of a sales tax, we can take it to property, there are ways we can decide, but at the end of the day, to keep it simple, it's still $200 per household.
I want to actually just challenge that a little bit. I can say in our business, the vast majority of our customers who pay sales tax are not from Lafayette.
Okay, so, and so therefore,
I see, right.
yes, so therefore, but I'm just saying, for a $2 million gap, it's
Yes,
about
that's
200 per household, and if you wanted to pay less, it could be in the form of the sales tax, where some
Because it's
percentage
shared
comes
with
from other shoppers, or if it's in a property tax, it's certainly going to that, but
Right.
the mechanics are, that is the order of magnitude, and then if we want to do more, then we could be $300 or $400 per year in order to do the more, right? But I do think that's the order of magnitude we're talking about, that try to keep it simple. So, yeah, so anyways, I support that we continue to work on this, but just knowing that it's the front side of the year, of our fiscal year, that's what's most important.
So for right now, again, we're gonna come back and we'll, confirm, but is there anything else from the council? I know that you've got the public comment, but anything else right now on this? Yes, the public comment? Okay.
Any public comment?
If any members on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. Robert LaVoy, give me just a moment, Robert. Good afternoon, Robert.
Hello. I had some general comments on the tax increase. I think that the budget for the income should be realistic and not conservative. I think we're tending to make it worse than it looks, and I would encourage the city council to provide the tools for the residents to play around with different scenarios. I think that might help in terms of people understanding, what the real problem is. And staffing, of course, is a big issue. It's grown dramatically, I think, over the years. And so things like hiring freeze or freezing wages for a period of time would help to offset this problem. As we saw in the survey that even the half-cent option wasn't really viable currently, and we can do a big marketing push, but I think there's a big risk that this won't pass the election. So we need to look at all the options. Another thing that we need to look at is the vacancy line in the budget, because there's always going to be vacancies. And so how is that budgeted? Are we making sure that we have enough vacancy forecasted? And then we need to itemize any unfunded state mandates and make sure that we're demanding that the state reimburses for those things. Our mission was to have a low services, low fee town. And so that means limited infrastructure. And so I think anything that people want that's outside of that norm needs to be separately funded. If we want a new park, we raise $100 million for the library. We can raise $5 million or something for the park. So I think if people really want those things, then they need to prioritize it and separately raise the money for that to realize where our mission is and what our structure is and the way our city's set up. If we could encourage businesses to grow downtown, even though we're promoting housing, that would be a great thing. And maybe we can look at Florida or Texas. They seem to be able to do that better than San Francisco, say. And new housing projects need to pay their fair share of the increased infrastructure. And any increases in our costs should follow the actual housing built, not the projections, because I think the projections are unrealistic and probably never be seen. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. I just want to comment that I don't know, Robert, if you saw or listened to the very beginning where Tracy went over where our differential between our expenses and revenues and what we have, the shortcome in our reserve is due to 6 factors that don't necessarily just reflect, what you commented on before with staffing. So there larger factors at play that we have to keep in mind as we look at this challenge in front of us. But thank you.
Further public comment or?
No other public comment.
You just raised an interesting question. Nexus studies were on our list, right? At some point, are they still on our
The
list?
planning department.
Okay. Right.
So I'll outline what's coming, food, important, take 30 minutes to do that. When you come back, want to revisit before, again, I think you have a fairly good idea of the three that are going to be your goals, but refine them and harden them a little bit in terms of specifics, and I'll work the city manager on that one while you're having lunch. Then I want to make sure if there are any other potential things that are on your mind that, you know, are priorities, that we get them up there and you decide, are they gonna move ahead or not? Maybe there's some no cost ones, I don't know. And that will wrap up the day essentially for you. Carl?
You want to do finding out if there's any other priorities before we look into the detail on?
Could do that when you come back. We could start with that. When you come back from lunch, are there any other priorities? And then go to the detail. Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, information about their lunch?
Yeah, if you give me a moment over here, I'll bring the box lunches out to everyone, and we also have some cold drinks, so just give me a couple minutes if
And
you want to stay
it looks
here.
like it stopped raining, so I don't know if things may be wet out there, but you wanted to go out there.
Yeah, this is active.
You're good to go, man.
All right, welcome back. We'll recommence the city council meeting.
So you've had an opportunity to talk about 4 priorities from last year and talk about them this year, and we'll revisit them in a moment. I wanted to see and list here, if there's other things that you want to be put out there and discussed among you to see if it raises to a level of priority.
You know, I would have one which is directly staffing and such a time, but I see where it necessarily could fall underneath fiscal sustainability, but I just would put it out there that I don't think it would rise above what we have out there, but I do think it's a big priority for us staffing to be able to protect it and to have the right resources in place and the right incentives to keep people here and bring them here.
So what would you refer to, staff recruitment, retention?
Yes, staff recruitment, retention, and basically succession would be part of that.
I do have staff written down myself as the one thing, I think, but I think given the other 3 that are on here, it's really hard to argue.
I know.
That it's higher than those. But I would like to put out, I think there are some things that we can do to help with recruitment that maybe is not a top priority, but things, I mean, I would love. Just putting my 2 cents on this. I think what makes Lafayette special among other things, like it's a close knit, it's a small community, close knit. I mean, you got the city employees, city government, business, residents all work really well together, which is of course not the same people that work each day Monday or whatever. So I would suggest if we have a good candidate, I mean, let's go out to lunch with a city council member, a business leader and a community leader, something like that. Let's take them out to lunch. So let's actually show how there's certain things we can offer that the council could participate in. I think to help recruiting, that maybe is something they wouldn't see other places. I don't know. You have to get that, or you have to get past the gatekeeper and actually get an interview and all that kind of stuff. But I'd be eager to kind of help whatever we can do to help bring the great people in. It doesn't cost anything for us to take them to lunch at Tutu's or a hideout or whatever. Would really help make it like, oh, this is a special kind of place. But you're right, it's probably not. It's not public we got.
But also to express how much we value our center. They are a priority to us.
There was an idea that got floated a while ago, and I don't know if it's possible or not, is, if you're a school teacher, even if you don't live in Lafayette, you can bring the kids to school. And we were thinking about reaching out to the schools to see if we could have our staffers, our city staffers get school access.
We used to, but it depends on, the capacity and enrollment. I do believe that, and
They have capacity right now, it seems like.
I think there may be capacity now.
Yeah,
I thought there was some provisions about if you work in a city, you could have not work per se for the city of Lafayette, but actually even work within the city.
Oh, I don't know. Well, I do know back when my kids, that was a provision that you were a city employee. I think you could do that. We don't advertise it because at the time, I think the problem is we have to keep an eye on capacity because if capacity goes over, you're the first to get it.
right, no, I get that, but I think there's not a problem with capacity right now.
Yeah, and you and I discussed it because we have an employee who has a young daughter. Would love to get into the school.
Yeah.
This was about a year or 2 ago, and I did check with the school district, something blocked that. And I'm going to follow.
Yeah, that's nice benefit. Yeah.
You know, and
I love it, big deal.
And I think that's.
yeah, that would be, and that is truly.
That would be a,
That's good. Any other ideas?
I'd like to chime in on the staffing, because I agree that this is something, is critical to our success, our staff. We know that the commitment level and burnout issues, and I think by presenting that report, it is indicative of the challenges governments face to provide staffing. And we know that it's been difficult to staff up, and we don't want to ignore it until it's really a crisis, right? At the same time, I'd ask our city manager whether she feels like this is a point to escalate to the city council as a priority, or whether you already have measures in place to address this and you want to keep the council informed, or do you need policy change? Like, do you need a policy change on the pension plan, for instance, or on, it seems like you're already adjusting the number of work days per week or work from home policies. You're not asking the city council for permission on that level of flex time working or so forth. So I don't know that many of the solutions can be addressed from the city manager's office, and I would just ask her that before we make it a priority, to ask the city manager, do you need the city council to take this as a priority for any policy related reasons or barriers or what have you that actually are hindering a solution to this issue?
I'd be happy to respond, and I'd ask Tracy also to join me. I would say that last year you really did recognize this, and you changed in the MOU, you offered a more robust salary benefit package. You allowed for telework and the 480. You added an additional holiday, if I'm not mistaken. It was a significant change to the previous MOU, and I know that the employees are truly grateful for that. So I think the council did step in at a point where we were really starting to worry about it. But we'll continue to keep you posted. I think we're dealing with low inventory as far as talent out there. As Tracy mentioned, we're trying to use some creative ways, looking at engineers' licenses and sending it off to them. But I would say that just acknowledge and thank you for understanding that this is a challenge. And it is, given that we are facing these fiscal challenges, I don't think this is the time to change our pay and benefit structure. But let's see next year, let's take an assessment next year and then decide what to do. Tracy, do you have anything?
No, I mean, I think that's right. We can do a lot of internal. I mean, this is, to be honest, the kind of thing that we need to do our internal things, which is why we sort of wanted that analyst. Unfortunately, that's one of the things that maybe on the chopping block that the challenge is that probably nobody except for us actually cares. I mean, about that. So if you were to tell people in the community, hey, we're not going to get an HR analyst, they're going to be like, so. But in the overall scheme of all the employees doing all the things, it's important. So this is what we're going to try to communicate to people because it is important. People are still doing the jobs. But to the question, I don't think we need the cancel rate right now.
So the only reason I can see to make this a priority does relate to the fiscal sustainability and the messaging there. Because one of the things that's going to come up, we know, when there's discussion is why don't we either cut staff, why don't we have a hiring freeze, or why don't we freeze salaries? And based on what we've discussed today and what we've heard, none of those approaches are going to be helpful to us in the short or medium run. So I think we should keep it to 3. But the only argument for making this the 4 is that it highlights then how important the staff is and how difficult it is to keep to find the staff that we need and how much we depend on staff. I don't know. It might make it easier then for the messaging of the fiscal sustainability.
Any thoughts about that, or is it something perhaps in some way gets folded under your fiscal sustainability as some recognition in there?
I can see where it could get folded into this year, yeah, this year.
Are there other thoughts or ideas you have that haven't done? Carl?
Well, I'll just say there's a number of things that none of these rise to the level of being a 4th priority, but there's a number of things we want to accomplish during the year. And one of them is in the area of what we do with respect to the high percentage of our residents who are seniors. I'd like to see us do more to strengthen the collaboration we have with Lumber in the Village, and also we do have a town hall meeting coming up to discuss the age-friendly plan, but also moving towards adopting that plan and then implementing.
When you get your report back from today that I'll prepare, that there'll be areas that you raised did not become a priority, but at least that you'll see it in the report, so there'll be some reference to that.
Well, even another one, just to mention, another area that's going to be more and more important is recreational opportunities, playing fields. If we're adding 2,000 housing units for people who go in those housing units, we've got to do more in terms of parks downtown. We've got to do more in terms of recreational facilities, but that sort of fits within that second priority for now, but it's just something we have to keep an eye on. That's a big item.
Yeah.
That we're going to need to address.
May I comment here? The PTR Commission has a 5-year CIP. They always look at their projected revenues and they plan projects. Over the last 3 to 4 years, we have not been receiving the parkland impact fees because housing, we don't issue as many building permits. And if we do, particularly in the larger developments downtown, the tendency for the applicant is to ask for payment and certificate of occupancy, which further delays payment. So I've asked Jonathan to fill us in next week on his projections, and it looks like, at least for the next few years, we're not going to be able to have sufficient funds to invest in parks and parks.
Yeah, it actually looks pretty grim because just in terms of, you mentioned maintenance, just in terms of maintaining additional facilities, existing facilities, and you know, with the facilities we have, either adding lights or adding artificial turf, it's very expensive to do that. So we have those costs, and that's not even if we get to adding additional parks or recreational facilities. So it's going to be a big item. And then on top of that is open space. If the economy turns around and there is more development, we need to have a plan. I wouldn't know 20 years ago or 10 years ago, we had a group looking at what to do about open space. At some point, we're going to have to revisit that because there's just going to be pressure on open space.
Gonna take another round. Is there others that have us?
I just want to point out, it's interesting, looking back at our 2021 priorities meeting, we picked from a pool that we, you know, kind of crowdsourced, so to speak, during the meeting, 18 different priorities, and some of them were, besides the 4 that kind of manifest still these years later, were like equity and inclusion, increased mobility for seniors, support. There were things that we actually did end up doing. So I think one of the things we probably need to be mindful of is priority creep, you know, and really once we decide these are our priorities, then really kind of focusing in on those as opposed to what we have been doing, responding to what the community says with, you know, staff is stretched and council has brought it to the forefront. We probably need to be very mindful of, you know, that our response basically. And if we need to shift priorities to be timely to certain things, that makes sense. But I can see where, wow, we did deviate in a good way, but at the same time we deviated from the priorities. So
I guess I was thinking, we did a survey for the fiscal sustainability, but actually provide us a good insight into what our current, you know, what the people are thinking are their concerns. And I was going through that list and thinking about that, you know, number 1, of course, is street repair, which we're talking about fiscal sustainability, wildfire repair, and this is number 2, which we're accounting. Traffic is an ongoing issue, right? And then just those are the top 3, then open space, downtown, and new development. So I think other than open space, looking at the top 6, and there's a fairly big drop off at the top 6. The only one that's really not considered is open space that Carl mentioned of the community's top concerns. So that's pretty good if you can kind of like address most of those. And as Carl says, I mean, open space is a longer term. But yeah, no, it feels pretty good.
So I want to clarify, none of these become a priority for right now, is that correct? There's something you keep in mind, I'll reference them in the report, but they're not. And the issue of staff, find some way maybe to put it in under your fiscal sustainability. Okay, what I would like to do now, is everybody hold their hand? Now, yeah.
Oh, yes, I'll call for public comment. Thank you.
If any members of the public on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. There are no hands raised.
Thank you.
We're gonna go back, and what I'm going to ask is that you, in fact, do confirm, as we go back through these, that this is a priority. And then within these, how would you prioritize what should be done? And in terms of wildfire prevention, is that still a priority? Okay.
Yes.
So now it becomes real. You said need to know impact of development on evacuation routes, ways to bring quicker suppression, educate on how to harden residents' homes, and educate on insurance matters, work with partner agencies. Any of these, if staff were to say they could not do all of these next year, which of these would you prioritize?
I think, if I'll take the lead off, obviously education, because that's something that's, not a cost thing in a way. I mean, obviously it'll take some staff time, but education, gathering that information on insurance and how to harden their home would be important. Working with partner agencies is something we should already be doing. The evacuation route seems like we are gonna start with working with, hearing what CCTA is and hoping to kind of rip up their scope and that we can adopt for our own, kind of pursuing and then working with the Tri-City. So I think we could do these in parallel. Obviously the time factors on CCTA to probably be further out. When was that? When were they gonna come before? Oh,
May
May
6th.
Yeah, May, the Tri-City meeting. May 6th? Oh, really?
I think that's,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
that's
right.
when it was.
All of that.
Right.
All of that.
Sorry, Raina, I picked up, you were also saying in terms of figuring out ways that Carl was talking about in terms of quicker, and I did shorthand on that, but I think it may be captured.
Well, I would put that in the category of working with the other agencies. And it's just generally looking at ways to make us safer. The education focuses on what we can do within the city, working with partner agencies. I think we need to look at what can be done outside, like should there be more shaded fire breaks? I mean, we know the one that's coming along Rossmore, but I think we need another one along northern Lafayette. So shaded fire breaks, and then you've got the quicker suppression, and then the quicker identification of ignition. But I think we need to look at those.
Yeah, and I agree that with the partner agencies like PG&E, is maintenance right on their electrical? And, what's the plan for whether it be, because it's further out, but undergrounding eventually, that kind of thing, with their but yeah, built into the agencies. And also CC the Coast Fire, what they can offer, because they have lots of programs that they can probably inform us that we can then communicate now.
Were there any leftovers from, I know when we got the update, you had your accomplishments in your plan and your things remaining. Is there anything left on the wildfires one that we should be including also?
We had,
Or is that pretty well done?
we were going to do the brush evacuation route clearance this year, is that right?
Pilot study.
Yeah, the pilot.
Yeah, thanks. I love
And
that.
then we were going to do the countywide.
Okay.
I do have a question, with the tree ordinance, wasn't that an update relative to,
Yeah.
fire, it's low mitigation?
Tree ordinance is being updated, it's on the work plan, but it also has to do with, the planning aspect of the tree protection ordinance. It, I think it's more focused there than,
Oh, okay, not that keep that, on wildfire.
Yeah.
But you consider it, I mean, it has to be part of that, you would think.
Yes,
Okay,
we would have to look at Fire's new regulations
Right.
when it comes to vegetation around homes and comply with that.
good, super, right.
But, I don't think it gets into, therefore, the city values trees, it has valued trees forever. We now have to shift to a reality that a lot of trees are not really a good idea because in terms of fire, how do we balance the two competing priorities? And that would be the focus.
Yeah, but part of that is, how is that reflected in the tree ordinance?
Right.
An argument could be made that there's already authority to take care of that in the existing tree ordinance, but that's being looked at.
Okay, good.
Can I make a comment on come back to just some of these things are, okay, what we do to, whether it's cutting down trees or clearing brush, all those things to make it less likely that we'll have a wildfire. Then there's items, what we can do to prevent it. I want to come back to the planning, because there's one aspect of the planning I didn't mention. And what I did mention is, how do we take wildfire into account in our planning and where we have development? The other thing I think we need to do is, as soon as our housing element is approved, we need to start thinking about the next housing element, the RENA allocation, and how wildfire impacts RENA and the next housing cycle. Because it's clearly not taken into consideration to the extent it should be. And so I think it goes together with it's the wildfire and planning.
Are you talking about an advocacy type of initiative or the next FRENA where
Yeah, I
it's
think
a legislative advocacy?
Yeah, I think we need to figure out, we need to retain a consultant, we need to retain a firm. We need to figure out how, and we need to start now on this.
Right.
Well, I think, so you mentioned they're already,
Almost not a cycle.
yeah, we're working on the RENA. So we need to figure out whether it's a legislative solution, whether we're working with ABAG, but it just, we need to start now to get our message out there. But I think it would help us if we had looked at, okay, what does, how does wildfire impact the programs that we can have internally? And it's just a digression here, but I think the one time we brought it up, the staff in the discussion with HCD, we got their concession that half-mile zone wouldn't be in the high fire severity zone. So I think we just need to start working on it and getting people to understand the nature of the problem we have.
But we can talk to Casey too, right?
Yeah.
Casey, our assembly member and our, senator.
I don't know how, I guess we shouldn't talk about how we approach it, but I see this planning element as something that's just different from the other aspects of wildfire, but very, very important. Because we can't continue to build housing in areas where we shouldn't be putting it if there's wildfire danger. And we don't have a way of dealing with that.
Let alone the cost that we had considered before, eventually of a fire station that needs to come in with this building. I mean, that's something that is on the horizon too, inevitably. If we have this development actually comes to end. That's a good thing. Yeah, finding a space and, yeah. Okay,
So I wanna, wait, okay, so just on the theme of, we decided to have wildfire prevention be a priority, and just to put a finer point on this, what I said earlier, that I do think that internally, the city has made a lot of progress. The chief and the police department have done a lot of activities with detection and with evacuation and so forth. Where I think there's room for opportunity is engaging the public. And I would say that would be the one thing I would ask my fellow council members, whether they also would agree that the difference in this, by having wildfire prevention this year, is let's keep doing everything we're doing, but make a push into public engagement and work on two things. Number one, how to harden your home, get homeowners to take some initiative this year to harden their home, and it will help you. And I remember that Confire, Town Chief or so forth, when we asked on a webinar, like, what's the one thing that you would say to homeowners that we should be doing? He said, the 5 feet next to your home, make sure you have no vegetation. I will give you the rocks for free. I don't know, maybe I'm making that up. But he said, if you did all that, oh, that'd be incredible. That would be something that they would support. And I think financially, if we said that it really is that simple to protect your house within 5 feet. We know you've got beautiful plants, but the chief says they gotta go. I think that's one initiative that would really help us. Secondly, vegetation management is the second key thing. That's our properties have a lot of beautiful trees, but we also have a lot of branches and fire ember friendly other things that need to be cleaned out. And MOFB has made this a very important point of their messaging with the public, that they are saying, we will cite you. It's fire season now. If you do not limb up your trees by 6 feet, if you have not cut your grasses, you will get a ticket. And they are very assertive about getting the public, every person, to manage their own property. And I would love to see us do that in the city, because we all have to do it, right? We all have to send the message that this isn't, we're taking this seriously. Everybody has to do their part. And this is, I think, a matter of code enforcement and communications, and part of just, these are the two things we need you to do. I don't think this costs us a lot of money, but I just, looking over into MOFB again of what they're doing, I would like to see us focus on public outreach. And I'm happy to involve in that this year. And I would like to just see us make progress on getting the public's help this year and in the years ahead.
Thank you. Again, I go to who's going to own it and how much is it going to cost? Is this something that the Emergency Preparedness Commission can work, and they can invite Confire and develop promotional or educational materials?
right, because we have the evacuation guide, we could get another, harden your house guy,
the
fire wise
question
and.
to you,
Yeah,
because
they're the right people to do it for sure.
on staff, we have John Cornell, who's the only emergency services person. I think it would be helpful to have the committee help in this regard.
It's not something they've taken on, and I
I
really
think
just
so.
surprised that they haven't, and I think that they should.
Yeah, well, I think that goes out council direction if we have to do something, so I think that's true. Again, using their the talent that's in there, and John obviously is a lead on that.
Yeah, and I just point out that they're great for what we just discussed, but they're not the appropriate body for wildfire isn't involved in planning.
Oh, no,
What I would suggest
It's
is
just that,
what I would suggest is that we have a council subcommittee with staff support to think about how to approach that maybe.
So I was addressing Wei Tai's question,
right.
and this is a yes.
So, sorry, I just want to add, I would like to keep this priority, wildfire, and probably I would say preparedness, because it includes prevention and responsiveness. But I would like to keep utility safety there, because we are directly, obviously affected by infrastructure here. So I would like to keep that as part of that priority.
So the language might be as it was.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And wait, I just want to add, just make that, one of the reasons I brought the insurance part, because you said kind of like, you were mentioning some of them have sticks, and like, this is the carrot of the stick, it's like, let's save some money, let's keep your current insurance. That's kind of the way to get people engaged. I mean, some people are gonna do it because it's the right thing to do, other people are gonna do it because they're worried about getting a ticket, but most people are gonna want to do it because it takes some money. Or whatever, so I think that's just, there's a part of the outreach campaign, so I'm thinking it's such an important way to kind of do it, but you're totally right, it's like so important, and we need everybody's participation.
You ready to move on to the next one?
We're ready? Yes.
Do you need public comment again? I think you said.
No, I think that, yeah, we better go through the policy.
Okay, what I heard was this is going below the line, is now becoming part of institutional way that the city operates. I just want to confirm that.
Yeah, and not because it's not important.
Right.
Very important.
All stressed out.
Yes.
And made significant progress. We will make sure that that is noted. Do you want to bring up the slide that you were given? So what we did during one is, next one is your specific tasks associated with Mount Iowa corridors. There were 11. That
Actually,
you
we
raised.
gave 9 because the other
Oh,
two
okay.
were directional, so
And-
I'll give you 9.
So we would like some clarity of priority with, what, number one, does this remain a priority?
Yes.
Yes.
And some clarity on within those, what rises to, for staff to have direction. On what you see as the most important, and there maybe some of these could be further collapsed if they're similar. So,
Do we want to do straw vote, get people to do the top 3? You know, and how do you want to do this?
could do that.
That's like-
Can I just?
Yeah, what a suggestion.
Item 1 has to be done.
Right.
Right, yeah.
So that,
Okay, good, that makes sense.
And all our years.
Yeah.
Number 2 is a three reference for almost everything else.
That's true.
So number 1 stays. Are others jump out at you, and maybe there's a consensus around it, yes, this has to be done.
Number 2.
I hear one person's gonna have to leave.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, number 2 remains. Need to, record this in some way. I'm sorry.
Or you can just, manipulate the slide real time as we're talking about it.
Oh, you can do that, huh? I'm impressed. 1, 2. What else may jump out at you as,
So back to question number 5, zoning updates, I thought the zoning comment was zoning just to just to support the housing element, period, which included
No,
commercial.
no, because that we have to do.
And I do.
Immediately.
I know, that's right, so
This is
just.
looking at what we should do
Okay.
to have to preserve.
Yeah.
Versus the.
What's that?
And I just don't know what we can do
Yeah,
with
Well,
that.
within a mile of our exclusion to do,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But outside of that, there's a lot of Lafayette, right? Can we do, right?
Not my job.
Outside of what,
That mile from
of
our,
our arena allocations as well, I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah,
we're
like-
housing them.
I think the question is, the housing element and state law allows waivers and concessions, so you pretty much can do housing on the ground floor.
Yes.
If you want to.
yes,
What can we do to continue to retain that active ground floor?
along the whole
And not
corridor.
be an impediment to housing.
And not be an.
That's the.
Yeah, is it an incentive that allows for more density up top, you know? Is it-
Yeah.
Like,
Not commercial, then it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly,
Yeah, fair.
Those are the kind of things, that's the study.
let me ask, are some of these pressing or some are further out? Like, because I'm not close to it, like Bart Lot plan for housing, is that something that's pressing?
we just got a prioritized, I saw, right?
Yeah.
We're on their list.
But not the first list, the intermediate list, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So it's not, yeah, we have, before that, we have to rezone to comply with AB 2923. Or God won't consider us, that's what they say.
Oh, okay, I see two things, I see development and agreement with De Silva is important, because that has so much to do with our vision and obviously our cycle right now that we, you know, booked in. So I do think that is a very timely priority, along with the Plazaway overlay update for the same reasons. Just, and I kind of built in with objective standards too, but maybe for their, and once again, working within what we can do legally, it'd be nice to create the vision for that. And would-be developers can see what that is and hopefully work with us on that, as opposed to us just saying, you know, having to react rather than respond. So I think those two, because they're part of planning in the downtown area, are important.
Which number is that?
That is 3 and 7.
3 and 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, also, can we combine 11 and 2?
No,
Yeah, 10 and 11 are more directional with it's,
Right.
But I think 11 should be part of 2.
11. Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
come back on. Okay. Did you say hopefully?
He should have, yeah.
Oh,
It's thinking.
Very good.
okay. So now we're down to 10.
Well, the
Others
BART, so you're saying that for the BART, we would need to take action in the next year in order to even get into that middle plan?
No, I don't know if it's a next year deadline, but we need to take care of it. It's not, I don't think we have the capacity to do it this year.
Okay,
Although it's quite important as other.
but we can make it next year, so that would be there, if hopefully we can get that next year then.
And I just want to add this, that I don't have the housing element, I could look for it, that we have some deadlines, we've already
Right,
talked about an RFP for 949, so
yeah.
we have to maintain those deadlines as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if there's agreement that number 2 is the first step in figuring out what we're going to do or could do in the Mount Diablo corridor, then some of these things we have to wait a little bit on.
Right.
And we can move them down. So the BART can go below number 6, I guess, well, below 7. Because we really wouldn't do that. Well, until we know, we think about what we might need to redo in terms of transportation and circulation.
What I was gonna ask, the manager, if council today gives you some feeling of the priorities, and you have this whole list, could you come back with some feel, as Carl was just saying, what has to happen before something else? Would that be doable? Not saying that staff will do them, but what would that list look like?
Absolutely, we could do that, and, try and organize it by way of, not importance, but timing. And, one flows into the other, we can definitely let you know. I would say that these, we'll also compare these tasks to the housing element program. Some of them may already be there, others may be new.
Yeah.
So, and come back, and I look at this as a multi-year list. It's not a one-year list.
Right.
For sure. For sure. Okay, so are we gonna, we should wait to get that to try
If
to
you
prioritize.
prefer to, have staff's assessment, absolutely.
Understanding, well, okay, the ones that you're seeing here, 1, 2, 3, and 7, would that also fall out of what you're talking about, or, okay,
Yeah.
okay. And but at the same time, you'll have a feeling, I don't know if there's consensus on 1, 2, 3, and 7, but if there was, that would give you some feel for, as you bring it back. So maybe we can, is there consensus that 1, 2, 3, and 7 are perhaps the most important? in your mind?
Your for the number 6, the RFP for 940, we're obligated. So I recall, we're way behind schedule on that actually.
I,
right
that
now.
was putting up the housing element to see where that's.
Yeah. Because we said that was gonna be.
A while ago, last year.
Yeah, there's something that's coming up, some big deadline, 3rd or 4th quarter of 24, so.
We can make those elements one.
Peru. No, I've got a housing element chart. And,
So those may, that may probably go, they'll probably jump ahead, maybe at 3 instead, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's like priority as much as it's just that we have to do it.
We have- right.
Yeah, it's like, right, yeah, it's just like, okay, we gotta do it.
Well, that's what, looking that up. The ones 1, 2, 3, and 7, the majority of you feel those are the priorities?
See, I would make a 7 yes. I know we wanna do it, but I don't think that it's imminent. Does it have to be this
Yeah,
year?
7 is tricky.
Yeah, it ties into,
And I can see something
Yeah.
happening that would become immediate, so,
But and then also it would come,
yeah, that'd be.
oh, interesting, okay.
So the way I'm hearing right now, at least the ones in yellow and 6 may just have to be done, right? And the ones in yellow, with 7 perhaps being less important. When it goes back to the city manager, well, she looks at priorities, what has to be done, gives that back to you, she understands that in your mind, these are the most important. Is that helpful?
yeah, it is, I just, did we remove 7 or keep 7?
I think
Okay, chapter.
I think we kept it, but less important in the scheme of things. Anything more on this one?
and again, this is one of those caveats, not that these other things are important, like green spaces or other. It's like, okay, we have to work, right, tearing down, what we are, yeah, you probably don't need to do even more of it.
When we get to this fiscal sustainability, everything I've heard, I think it's still a goal. I'm just. So you spoke a lot about, because there's a lot of things that are going to be happening between now and November. I guess between now and August, actually, right? Or July, in terms of making some decisions. You talked about it would be helpful to have information for the council on big picture potential of what cuts might look like or reductions would look like, and focus on short and medium needs. Are there other ideas you have on this one right now?
I'd like to have that little,
Yeah.
what, just to kind of get a temperature of where we're all kind of sitting on this one. And so I think we desperately need to have this happen. And we desperately need at least a 0.5% sales tax, and it's gonna be a full court press. And the faster we can get on that full court press is gonna determine our success, right? And so just whatever speed. Cause, we need to get the cheerleaders out, we'll be the biggest cheerleaders and arm us as well as you can to go out and do it, cause it's gonna need a lot of cheerleading, right? And the right messaging, so I appreciate everything you guys are doing. But it's critical if we're gonna get the things done that we need to get done in the city and not have things, the wheels fall off the bus. Should I say?
Yeah, I think it is the tricky part is the messaging,
Yes.
because, you look at the core values that the initial respondents came out, it was the basic stuff, the pavements and the traffic and the wildfire. And, it's like, okay, great, some of that aligns, wildfire, definitely, traffic, great, because it's mostly outside of, part of this corridor is the big thing, and the feeder streets going in and out and everything, so some of that is good, that it plays well in there. The corridor itself, which is so critical to the vitality and of the city economically, and as well as just it's the heart of the city, doesn't necessarily play that message. And it's like, but how do you do that? Because you have to have planning for it. It's a function of the city. It's our responsibility to make sure it works. So how do you message that we need money to do that? And it almost goes to, we have an educated constituency that came out, obviously, is like telling them that reality. I mean, that could be the basic message. We need to shore up because of these reasons. We're just short money, we don't have reserve. Also, we need to be planning for even the things we're doing right now that are in front of us. Our responsibility is still to put the housing in, to have it saved, to meet what our state requirements are, which is gonna just, if we don't do it, we lose control, and it's gonna cost us more money. So that message is almost simple, but not quite. So I'm wondering, that is the issue. It's hard to figure out how to message that, but because that 0.5%, and then realizing we might have to go out again in a couple years for more money, it is just like, wow, I would rather, frankly, that we at least inform of what the challenge is and go out for what we can get. And to Dr. G's point, if you're gonna get it or you won't, why wouldn't we ask for what we see as a responsible thing?
You're saying it's about higher.
Yeah, I'm saying why go for that minimum, but again, we don't really know what those.
Right, which is why, that's why I asked the question before,
Yeah.
because I just think it might inform. My personal preference is we need the crispest method we possibly can get, right, and messing with the number, the sales tax number, it dilutes the crispness of the message.
Okay.
That being said, I kind of like, you're right, we're gonna take one swing at it. Do we do something that's not gonna really meet our needs? Is a legitimate thing? I think some of these things are gonna come from, sounds like from the initial meetings you're gonna have with the firm is gonna help direct our steps here, right? But,
I think the firm is gonna ask us what we want to do, and then he's gonna tell us the best way to go about that. So this is a good conversation to have,
Yeah.
because he can tell us that, what's worked and what hasn't, but if we know what we want, that'll be better. I'm not saying maybe what we want is, he'll say, no, you gotta choose. But at least knowing, that it is a choice is something.
I'd say from a process for the next 4 months point of view, first of all, I'm totally in agreement with council member Kendall's comment that it's a critical time and we need to inform the public of the consequences. And as in some ways, this is sort of pretty clear to me, like you either, for $200 per household per year, you're able to maintain, and if you want to do more, it's going to be, 300 or 400. And so, but then the question is, what are you going to lose if you don't fund it? But I think where we sit today, we have not made the decision to put it on the ballot yet or not, right? That's right. And we're going to use the months ahead to inform the public of the facts, and then as a way to decide what to recommend by August. That is, do we recommend half, 3/4, or 1%? And we shouldn't come to a conclusion today on what that is. But we should do our best to inform that, do you want more, or do you want the same, or do you want less, right? And then when we do have to decide in July, we will then vote and say, yes, let's pick this number because of this reason, and let's go for it at that time. And I would say for myself, I stand here today saying this is the beginning of our outreach process to try to work hard. And it is, we have to work really hard, because I think 74% of the public thinks we have no problem, right? So that's on us to inform and then test the waters of what the public wants. They want less, the same, or more. And then that by late July, we can then vote on what we're gonna go for. Now, I doubt, even though the consultant said you probably can only get 0.5%, I should say, well, that's as we sit here now.
Yeah.
As we sit here on July, right? So for me, it's gonna be a whole thing. It's up to us to figure out what that is. Carl?
Yeah, let me express a little different view. Based on the survey and what was presented in public by the consultant, And that's what McCormick's point about Chris mentioned, messaging, which I agree with completely. I think we need to go out there and talk about 0.5%. I think talking about and focus on what we need in order to maintain existing services. I think if we get into what more do you want and do you want orders before, it just gets really confusing and we're going to have a very confusing discussion. So, I mean, I'll go along with what everyone else wants to do, but I think we're better off. If we look at in the big picture, a way to approach this is that we, based on what the survey told us, that we aim for 0.5%. Our messaging is that we need that 0.5% in order to provide to you the services that you're getting now. And we get public input. I know based on what I know now, I'd be prepared to vote for putting that on the ballot, but I'm staying open until we get the public input over the next 4 months. I think that's what we focus on. And then big picture, if the 0.5% doesn't pass, we have a huge problem. If the 0.5% does pass, I think the next step then is having conversations with the public. Okay, we've stabilized the situation. We can provide you with the existing services over the next few years. What more do you want to do? And then have community conversations about what else in terms of additional childcare, additional parks, additional recreational facilities, additional open space, and then think about is there go for an additional. I think if we open it up to, if we go out now and we're half, I think we learned from the survey what people are willing to do. I wouldn't leave that open.
I concur. I think the other advantage of the half-cent direction is we will not be higher than surrounding communities. We can do anything to be under a Ribbon project, but we would actually be matching Walnut Creek, Concord, Pleasant Hill. Right, so it's an easy conversation to have, much easier than if that fluctuates and then all of a sudden, oh, we have cent higher than Walnut Creek. Oh, that's, you know, I'm just saying, it just simplifies the method. I mean, unfortunately, it's complicated. Finance is complicated. So anything we can do to reduce the complications there is attractive.
Sounds like this is an ongoing conversation you're gonna be having in the next few months.
Yeah. I think it's a given that that's definitely priority. It's probably our #1 priority.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask the next one, because I think that's important as well when the public sees your priorities. Is that #1, everybody, sustainability plan?
Yes.
What would you say is #2? This is going to go below the line.
Right.
Is it wildfire or?
Do we have to pick?
Technically, you can list it.
I would pause it as #3 only because we haven't paid, it's been on our list for 3 years. And we need to make some progress. Wildfire prevention, we made progress. It's still ongoing, but I think we need to start diving into that, bringing it up to the top. Yeah,
Is that the feeling?
that's what I thought. Anybody else have a thought?
Do we have to prioritize it?
Well, I just think, you know, when the public views what you have, I mean, you already said #1 is sustainability. So maybe these two, seriously, we'll just do alphabetically.
I think it draws attention, when you list them.
Yeah, they're gonna be on the list.
Yeah, right. That's true. It works out alphabetically and it works. Because they're facing, public facing, I think wildfire's gotta be at the top. I mean, well, important to us is the specific task amount. I get that, but I think it's probably, the public would probably want us to have wildfire safety higher.
We know it's never, right, we know it's way up.
Yeah, we need to get
I agree.
I'm still keep it as wildfire #1 and then sustainability 2.
so put higher, but it's interesting though, I think to do wildfire prevention, you need the money, you know, you need the staff, you need the resources.
Which one? I'm sorry.
This sustainability is our top thing.
It has to be.
If we don't have that, we've just got an enormous problem.
So between wildfire and this one, I think I'm considering.
Oh, it sounds like second, people qualify, yeah.
Doesn't mean that we're actually not prioritizing it.
Just.
You're talking about the listing, not the priorities.
Right, exactly.
The listing order.
The listing order.
And I also think we should, specific tasks associated with Mount Diablo corridor is a little confusing.
Okay.
We try and come up with.
Oh, that's a great idea.
The downtown semantics, okay.
You mean the title itself is?
It is, thank you very much. Yes, okay, let's see, what is it now?
The specific tasks associated with non-viable corridor in downtown.
How about Mount Diablo corridor improvements or? Planning, Mount Diablo for, well, so let's go back to those 9 items, it is planning, isn't it, so. Well, it's actually 4 items.
Well, there's some implementation.
Well, planning is not, and like, you know, it is, yeah, 3 years, planning on it, we want one of 3 years.
How about planning and implementation related to, would that work?
No,
No?
I just don't know if planning would resonate with people.
Exactly.
Well, they'll see, so.
What was it before?
Visual,
Here is what it was.
it was,
Well,
specific tasks.
2 years ago, was prepare a Mount Diablo corridor in downtown specific one.
Yeah, maybe it is a downtown corridor. Guess it would need to be.
Well, originally we were looking at a broad plan, and now we're realizing that there's a lot of individual things.
Really.
So I had just written down facilitating housing within the Mount Diablo corridor in downtown.
That's way down there, yeah, it's, I know what you're saying, it's true, but I think, how about, something to do, because it's it has a lot to do with transportation circulation. And that is top priority that came out from our polling, somehow Mount Diablo corridor circulation, or
How about just implementing the housing element?
implementing the housing.
In the, for the downtown, or yeah.
They're not,
Implementing the housing element, that's an enormous priority for next year.
but does that go beyond?
It does go beyond
Yeah.
what you
Right.
discussed.
So that almost sounds like a broader priority.
And it wouldn't say, for example, wouldn't include, the Plaza Way overlay update or the site review. Yeah,
Or the extra parks.
yeah.
So what about, and I don't live with this, you two, implementing tasks associated with? Does that help? I mean, that's what you're doing, right? You're implementing.
How about that, yeah, downtown Mount Diablo corridor implementation. Even though it's a enumeration of specific tasks, if the plan made up of it.
So we don't-
What is it? What is it again? Can you repeat that? Downtown Mount Diablo corridor implementation.
Right, so you get rid of this first part.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Downtown.
downtown Mount Diablo corridor implementation.
Well, that way it includes the.
I didn't ever see downtown and the entire Mount Diablo corridor, that's what I'm saying, instead of saying downtown Mount Diablo, it's like.
It's small, right?
And the entire,
And down, it's downtown and the Mount Diablo corridor. I think.
okay.
Well.
Yeah. So, yeah.
That's-
Is that?
But people value that, I mean, they know, like, downtown, I was saying, I think I live in downtown.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
So downtown and the Mount Diablo corridor implementation. Is that correct? Well, it's less word, it was less words than you had before.
Yes. How does that sound to you from the
It
city
sounds
manager?
okay, a lot of this, this is, again, I wanted to say again that this is a multi-year task.
For sure.
And a part of me says if it's a multi-year task, why don't you update the downtown specific plan? But it's, that's more of a policy
Yeah.
document, you're looking at action.
Yeah,
items.
yes. Yeah, that would be the thing, because again, we don't have that money, we don't have that time. And this, hopefully, these tasks and what we're doing will eventually play into that. We'll have that in mind, that this is you know, not just now, but it's future planning, so.
So isn't the title, it could be like improve downtown and not that much.
Improvement plan,
Just
but
improve it, improve it.
enhancement, or that's such a good, pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there were sub bullets under that.
Enhancement.
Enhance, right, I think it's for, what, enhance it?
You're saying enhancement or?
I mean,
Enhancement plan,
Enhance?
Diablo, enhancement plan.
Enhancement or improvement, I guess it would be. Maybe improve because it can.
I think you would have heard, you can.
Well, improve.
Improve.
Come back, somebody,
Yes, yes.
Good, so maybe we'll come back with it.
you can release it again, figure maybe, but we'll clean up and then you'll see it and if it's an enhanced improve, if you have that opportunity. Okay. Well, you got through your priorities, I believe.
I just want to ask, is that what counter to our messaging, really critical, like, you know, we're just doing, we want to get. You know, financial sustainability for sustaining what we have, and which is that, hopefully that doesn't mean that. If it's an improvement plan, this is bonus, it's like, no, this is part of what we're actually have to do. So I just want to make sure that it doesn't run counter to our messaging by having a priority like this, that. I mean, the day, that way, just keeping that in mind, so. All right.
So. Return to the city manager, do you have anything more to add?
This is just a wrap up. I just want to thank you all, and this was a time away from family to really give us some sound direction. Really appreciate it. The goal is to, at next Thursday, to get into more details. I don't know whether there'll be time for us to come to you the first meeting in April, but maybe the second meeting in April where you will confirm these priorities and have them fleshed out a little.
Of course, I won't be here in a second.
We try first meeting in April. I think this is going to, we have to look at budgets and resources.
Right, a lot. Yeah, and if not, I can, you know, maybe do one of the remote.
So can you do it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to review, next slide, please. So those were our workshop outcomes, just to let me know, do you think we got there? Discuss and confirm the goals, hear a presentation on the finances, and discuss staff capacity. You think those were accomplished?
Yeah.
Okay, so the last thing that is very helpful, I think, for all of us, and I know the staff and everything, you just spent your Saturday here. I'm interested in knowing what your takeaways were from the day. And we did that last year as well, and it's helpful. I'm just gonna, John, I'm gonna start with you. What was your takeaway? What was your takeaway?
Yeah. It's really terrific. I mean, it's always like, oh man, you're gonna go to a workshop or whatever, but it feels like in the course of our normal meetings, you're stuck with just the issue of the day and resolving it. This is like the one chance, because we've never talked together, right? This is the one chance to actually get a forward vision. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think it was this good opportunity. You know, we keep doing it because it's the one chance we have to actually look ahead and kind of figure out where we all stand on things. So it's terrific.
Susan?
Same, I think that we've got a very aligned council too, which is kind of, it's great. You know, we can really agree on our top priorities, which is delightful.
Gina?
Yeah, I agree with the aforesaid. I really appreciate all of you and this discussion. It also, you know, the reality of where we are, the things we want to do, and the challenges to get there is pretty. There's a good variance between that. So it just shows how important it is that we do inform our constituency that we want to keep this place. The great place doesn't make it even better, but to do so, we really need them. So it just kind of focuses, I think, hopefully I work again in informing the public about really what's wonderfully happening and what they can stand to lose without their support. And that'll be important.
Wait, time.
We have a new council member joining us today, so I think it was very good that we had to have a strategy session, involve new voices. The very first question the council member McCormick asked was whether these were the right priorities, and that was a good challenge for us because all of the rest of us were assuming that these were, and I think that's very fresh thing, but fresh to re-ask some basic questions, and maybe as a result of that, we ended up with 3 instead of 4. So I think it's already great that we have our new council member contributing right from the get-go and just diving right in there with us and improving the process. And I also feel grateful that the fellow council members are so articulate and have such a broad range of thinking, of different ideas. We don't all agree on everything, but I think in general, we're all pushing in the same direction. I think we're all better off by having a quite a collaborative approach. And I'm grateful for that. And I think I'm grateful for the staff too, that also offers so much expertise and commitment to really inform our decision making. So I think today's session was really valuable.
Hey, Carl.
Okay, that was okay last. Okay, well, I come away thinking, wow, there's a lot we need to do.
Are you serious?
Amazing what's on the agenda, not just for next year, but the next 10 years. When you think about all these issues that we have. I mean, we live in a great community, great city. It's wonderful. So we look at it as challenges and its opportunities. We have the opportunity to make it even better, but there's just so much to do. So that's there. But then it's wonderful to work with fellow council members in this bill. Work so well together, and again, we have the greatest staff. So we're in good shape to approach these things.
Great. Always ask plus and minuses. What could have worked better for you today?
Right?
In terms of the process, in terms of the material you had, a different facilitator. I mean, I'm open to whatever, comments you have. It's, I think, always helpful. If you're gonna continue to do this every year, it's thoughtful to know what might work better.
Well, last year we met by Zoom, right? And even though we were right on the cusp of being able to meet as person, and I guess in previous years, I guess we had to meet by Zoom. So this is the first time, at least I've met in person, and I think that is an effective way of doing it. I think it's better to have this type of session in person. And so I would say let's keep doing it that way. And grateful that some of the public attended in person and that there are others remotely, and that is an enhancement. So we know it's a Saturday, but this is an important brainstorming session. So I'm satisfied that we achieved what we needed to do in a relatively efficient amount of time.
Okay, for next year, so it's sitting at the end, it's hard to see.
Absolutely.
Can we do sound or something next year?
Yeah,
I think I talk about that one.
no way. Wasn't optimal, and that was my comment.
This room wasn't that first choice.
Right, I mean,
But we could have done something different with the table around.
yeah, or a horseshoe or something, right, so you can see each other without having to crane the neck kind of thing.
No, kind of, it's hard, I feel like I'm walking you a little bit.
I thank you, Dee Dee. I think it was productive. And I think fellow councilors, it is a Saturday and take this time away from family and just focus on this is more of the same volunteer work that you guys all do. So I appreciate that. So I think it worked out well, and I look forward to see what's next in this process.
Well, thank you all very much, and you just gained 20 minutes of your day.
Oh, we don't need to raise, okay. Oh, public comment. Yes.
Let me pull it again. Okay. If any members of the public on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand now. Robert LaFoy, I'll allow you to speak now. Good afternoon, Robert.
Hi, everyone. I want to say thank you for taking your Saturday to do this. I think the format's great to have some flexibility and a little more interactive format. I found out about this last night when I was looking for something on Monday's meeting, so I, maybe I was the only one, but, I think this could have been advertised better if you want to get more community input. So appreciate that, but thanks for everybody, sharing what they thought.
Thanks, Robert, and for your comments throughout.
Do you want to adjourn the meeting or?
Did you?
All right, okay, with that, thank you again for everybody and enjoy the weekend and we are adjourned.